watching CTV on the Higher Learning Network. Bye.
The Female Solution Global Radio TV Show invites you to an invigorating conversation with our team of hosts Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. Start your week with Monday Morning Mindfulness with Zelda Speaks. Tuesdays, Self-Cell Care with Jody Susan. Wednesdays, Repairing Broken Families with Naima Latif and co-host Kareem Hamid. Thursdays, Soulful Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green. And Fridays, Health and Wellbeing with Beata. Saturdays, tune in 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Time. First Saturday, Success Strategies with Jana. Second Saturday, Wendy Williams Esquire on relationships. Third Saturday, Move Around with Deborah. And fourth Saturday, Wisdom with Mama D. Join us Sundays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time for Soul Purpose Healing with Beata. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to the host and be a part of the solution.
Grand Rising, and thank you so much for joining me. I'm your host, Zelda Speaks, the stressologist. Any stress in your life? Well, most of us do. Unfortunately, we don't know what to do with it. Stress, especially as it relates to worry. I was once a worried about everything, and I finally figured it out with some training. Yeah, I've been certified with the American Society of Training and Development, National Speakers Association, and a host of others. But none of those organizations helped me stop worrying. They just gave me validation for the public to see what credentials I have. So the credentials I have now are from life experience, and I've learned how not to worry. And you can learn how not to worry too, because it is indoctrinated in us to worry. We don't have the answers, so we think the worst is going to happen. Well, I got a solution to that, and that is the Worry Workshop. So I'm going to pull that up for you on my blog. Why do you worry when you don't have to? Go to my blog, zeldaspeaks.wordpress.com, and you can sign up right there and find out how you. And remember, sharing is caring. If you care about yourself and your loved ones, help them see their way out of a mess. Give them the gift. It makes a great birthday gift. It makes a great holiday gift. So instead of running to the store getting something that they really might not need, give them a worry-free life. Give them the gift of a worry-free existence. And thanks for sharing. Make it a great day. Don't worry, you are not alone. Join us for thought-provoking, stimulating, and mindful conversations on higher learning with Zelda Speaks for your Monday morning mindfulness session on Blog Talk Radio, the Female Solution. Mondays, 7:30 until 9 a.m. Be sure to send your ideas, thoughts, comments, and suggestions. Also, if you'd like to be a guest on the show, visit ZeldaSpeaks.com. For further info, we'd love to have you. Experience mindfulness moments with the mindfulness/stress coach, Zelda Speaks. And thanks for sharing the mindfulness moments with us today. Stay on purpose, stay empowered, and stay tuned to the next session of mindfulness on higher learning with Zelda Speaks. This is a mindful day. Grand Rising, and thank you so much for joining us here today. Happy Monday. It is Monday, May 15th, the day after Mother's Day, and we're still celebrating Mother's Day because Mother's Day is 365 because mothers work and take care of everybody else but themselves. So we are still celebrating Mother's Day. All the mothers of the world, all the aunties, the big mamas, the grandmamas, the muddies, all of the mothers, whatever you want to call them, feminine energy. How about that? Because it is it's usually the feminine energy that keeps a little peace going on in the community. That's why we have so many wars, because men are running things. Nothing against y'all. I'm just saying. Anywho, thank you so much for joining me. I'm your host, Zelda Speaks. Welcome to Monday Morning Mindfulness on the Higher Learning Network. And today we are celebrating the inauguration of Chicago's new mayor, Brandon Johnson. And our executive producer of the show, Naima Latif, will be on hand at the UIC Pavilion where it's all taking place. And it's going to be a long day. But in the meantime, in between time, we'll give you something to keep you cool, calm, and relaxed, because it's the mindfulness stress relief session that's coming up at 7:15. So right about now, happy Earth Day, birthday, born day. If you're celebrating your natural day, your trip around the sun, it is your day, and we're celebrating it with you. And speaking of birthdays, last week we had Naima, the executive producer, Naima Latif. Her mom turned 100 on the 8th, a week ago today. And I saw on the news that there on Mother's Day, there's something called Club 100. Did you know that? I didn't know it. Well, we both know it now. And it's moms who are celebrating 100 or more birthdays. And they had a brunch and fashion show at the Marriott Marquis. And the oldest mother there was 111 years young. I was like, look at these women just doing it. So kudos to all the 100-year-old centenarians. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, you know what my heart is. Okay. Alrighty. So I just wanted to share that with you. Happy Mother's Day again and again. We can't say that enough. Let us keep in prayer. The weather is so chaotic around the world. And I saw a brother on TikTok who was working at some plant somewhere out, and I don't know if it was Texas or wherever it was, but he says they're doing this to the weather. I work inside where they do this, and I don't know if he's still living, because you remember what happened to the brother who squealed on Watergate. It's like it just doesn't. Anyway, there was flash flooding. The weather is just messed up everywhere. Flash flooding in St. Louis, Missouri, where people were stranded in their cars for like 4, 6, 8 hours. Like, oh my God. And then in Texas, so much property damage and people being killed. This all over the world. It's just crazy. Oh, Lord. So that's why we need to stay prayed up. Okay. If you're listening online, we'd love to have your comments after the 7:30 hour at 515-605-9325. But you got to press 1 to speak. And you're watching us live on our Facebook and YouTube channel, Higher Learning TV Show. And excuse me. I had, for Mother's Day, I had some banana pudding. It was so good. I was like, you ain't got no business eating no banana pudding. So I just got a little bitty place, about 2 big tablespoons full. Oh, it was so good. Something is always good when you're not supposed to have it. So yeah, I had it, and now I'm paying for it, because I woke up this morning, had so much mucus in me. It was ridiculous. But we live and we learn, don't we? So not doing that again. Anyway, it was worth it. So I'm going to go walk today and try to get some more of this mucus up out of me. Because Dr. Sabi would say mucus is the only disease, because it sets up inflammation in our bodies, causes all kind of diseases. Diabetic donut. I know I was a diabetic for 10 years and didn't even know it. So if you go to diabeticdonut.com, you will see my story on how I reversed type 2 diabetes. So that information is there. So be sure to check it out. And it's free. I don't want anything. I'm just showing people, if I did it, anybody can do it. So you just be sure and check out diabeticdonut.com. There it is right there. And as we take a look at traffic and weather today, if you are headed out and about, traffic and weather is sponsored by Karen Kelly of iTex. If you are an entrepreneur or a business owner and you have products or services to sell, uh, you might want to consider iTax. And thank you for those who have joined up. I don't get anything from it. As a matter of fact, I give you something. You get $100 bonus just for signing up, and you can go shopping. But you gotta remember to use the promo code ZELDA, ZELDA. And always giving thanks to the ancestors who came before me: Richard McGee, Herb Kennedy, Von Daniels, Bernadine T. Washington, Jackie Hasselrig. Yeah. I always give thanks to the others because they made a path for me. And if they didn't do it, then I couldn't do it. So here we go. All right, let's check out your traffic and weather. If you hit it out and about, allow extra travel time because it is crazy outside. I kid you not. Traffic and weather. High 68 degrees today. Yes. 80 on Tuesday. Yes. My bid Wednesday. And before sharp cold front hits us by Wednesday, down to the 70s, and by the weekend, it'll still be nice. So no worries. No reported delays on CTA and Metro, but on the expressway, there's a whole other story. You know, construction began on bridge work on the Kennedy at Diversity, especially. That local lane ramp is closed. So it is a nightmare right about now. Diversity construction. You might want to get off at Belmont Avenue because your next stop otherwise will be Ohio. You can't get off at North Avenue, Division, Armitage, Fullerton, none of that. So you got to get off at Belmont. It's an hour and 15 minutes inbound, and it's slow at North Avenue, 31 minutes outbound. As we take a look at the the Edens inbound, it's 31 minutes, 21 minutes on the reverse. On the Eisenhower, 42 minutes in, 27 out. Your usual delays from First Avenue to Central. And on the Stevenson, it's 35 in, slow from LaGrange to Central, 23 on the reverse. On the Dan Ryan, 25 in, 13 minutes out. On the Bishop Ford, the accident has been cleared up, but it's still slow motion, 18 in, 12 out. And on North Avenue inbound, past North Avenue, on Clark Street, actually on Inner Lakeshore Drive, that crash has been cleared up, but it's still 11 minutes in and 10 minutes on DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And that's your traffic and weather, sponsored by Karen Kelly of iText.com. Now, last week, I mentioned that we had a new time, and that is incorrect. We, by the grace of God, we still have our same time on the Higher Learning Network TV show, which airs Tuesdays at 6, Wednesdays at 1, Channel 19. 24/7 on the World Wide Web, Higher Learning TV show on Facebook and YouTube. And sometimes people say they can't download the app, because you can download the app, the CAN TV app, and you can see us streaming live. And that way you already have it on your phone, or you can always pull it up on our YouTube channel. Yeah, that's real safe and simple. That's how we do that. All righty, it is 7:13, and it is time for your Monday morning mindfulness meditation. So today, the topic is surrender. And I ask you this question: what is it that you need to surrender to? I know I need to surrender the spoon. I should have left that spoon of banana pudding, but I ate it. I'm sorry. And I paid for it today. So anyway, I digress. Spiritual surrender, not physical, spiritual surrender. Monday, May 15th, 2023. At those times, I feel my life is bottomed out and I have nothing else to try and no one left to whom I can turn. I may believe I have no choice but to give up. When this happens, my thoughts turn to God and spiritual surrender. Today, I think about surrender in a new way and choose it from a place of empowerment. Surrendering means putting God first. It is my way of affirming I am foremost in a spiritual being coping with worldly experiences. It is my first choice, not my last resort. I am not at the mercy of the changing winds and shifting fortunes of the world. I am a divine being endowed with the attributes of God and which with rich divine ideas. I surrender myself to this truth and feel newly blessed. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And that's from Matthew 6 and 10. And that is from my friend, Mike House. If you want to be included, simply text Monday Morning Mindfulness to 219-699-2114, and we'll include you in the updates. And that way you'll get them every day, just like I do. Okay? All righty. So I just want to share that with you. And you know what that means now that we've had our Monday Morning Mindfulness. It's now to have our time to have our Monday morning mindfulness meditation. Ooh, that's a little loud. Yeah, isn't it better? Yeah, that's much better. So what we will do is prepare for our Monday morning mindfulness meditation by simply giving thanks for the power of the breath as we breathe in and as we breathe out. So sit up straight, feet flat on the floor. If you're lying in the bed, it's okay too. Just stretch. How about that? Just stretch. Oh, and stretch and stretch and stretch and stretch. And what we will be doing is simply moving our inner organs around. Yeah, we're shifting them, moving them, giving them a little exercise too. They need a little movement because they've slept all night in one position. So yeah, they need a little activity too. So that's what this stretching is all about. Feels good to me. Turn around and stretch on the other side. Yeah, that feels good. Oh, good morning, Grand Rising, my beautiful plants. Thank you so much. They smell so good. You need some nature in your house. And as we just continue to stretch and stretch and stretch, giving thanks for the power of the body and the movement and the stretching that is going along with it and the power of my plants. Yay! And we continue to stretch. What we'll do is breathe in and breathe out to the count of 5. Inhale to the count of 5 through your nose. Hold it for 5 seconds and then blow it out. And when you blow it out, feel free to make a noise to release some of that tension from your body. So we go. Hold it. And blow it out through your mouth. Feel free to make some noise. Let that tension go. See, because when I inhale, and I invite you to do the same, you inhale so deep, you'll feel your chest expand. And when you exhale, you'll feel a release of the tension in your body, wherever the tension is. I hold mine in my shoulders right here. A lot of people do. And sometimes you just need to pat your back, child. Pat my neck. Yeah, stimulate that vagus nerve in the back of your neck. You're not beating on yourself. That's loving, baby. Just pat it. If you want to, take these fingers and massage. Yeah, dig in there, child. Dig deep. Rub it. Knead it. All that good stuff. Just move it. Get that blood flowing. Yeah, let's breathe in. Hold it for 5 seconds. And then blow it out. And release. Inhale deeply. Hold it. And let it out. Release that tension. Once more. Inhale deeply. Hold it. And blow it out. Now let us bring all that breath to the top of the head. Inhale deeply. Hold it. Giving thanks for the power of the breath as it moves through the body, down through the face and through the shoulders, and we blow it out. Relax those shoulders. Rotate those shoulders left and right, right and left, and stretch as we inhale deeply. And as we exhale, blow it out. Sending love, light, and energy down through the chest and the solar plexus and the hips. As we rotate those hips, doing our higher learning hip roll on Monday Morning Mindfulness. Yeah, honey, you got to get the hips some love too as we inhale deeply. And it doesn't matter that we're not breathing together as long as you are breathing, honey, because you do want to breathe. And you know your mind will have a tendency to wander. And when you hear that sound, that is your reminder to take another deep breath. Breathe in. Hold it. And exhale through the mouth. Letting the energy float down through the stomach and the sides and the hips and the thighs and the knees. Continue breathing in and breathing out. Giving thanks for the power of the breath as we breathe in. And as we hold it for 5 seconds and we breathe out. We give thanks for the power of the breath going down through the knees. Yes, rubbing those glorious knees, giving thanks that they are mobile and they work on their own. You may not understand right now, but baby, as grandma said, keep living. You will at some point. You run, you jog, you work out, you play tennis, basketball, football. Honey, them knees take a beating. So rub on them knees, get them knees some love. Or any other part of your body that garners your attention. Mine is my knees, so I'm always grateful for my thighs and my buttocks and my hips and my knees as we breathe in. Hold it. And we blow it out, giving thanks for the power of the breath. Sending love, light, and energy down through the legs and the ankles and the arches and the toes. Yes, wiggle those toes. Feel that energy coming back up through the toes and the top and the bottom of the feet, the ankles and the arches and the instep. As we breathe in, hold it, and blow it out. Breathe in once more. Bringing that energy back up from the thighs and the hips and the buttock and the back. As we continue to breathe in and breathe out, giving thanks for the power of the hips and the higher learning hip roll as we breathe in. Hold it. And as we blow it out. We give thanks for the power of the breath because somebody somewhere can't do it on their own. They may have a trachea in their throat, have asthma or COPD or any other of the respiratory diseases that we have on the planet. We give thanks that we can breathe. Inhale deeply. Bringing that energy up from the chest and back up through the neck and the face and back to the top of the head. And we stretch again and we give thanks as we breathe in. Hold it. And as we blow it out. We give thanks for these fingers that we take and squeeze the back of the neck where the vagus nerve is. Sending love, light, and energy down throughout the spine. Feel free to massage it or take these fingers and knead your shoulders. This is where I hold my stress. So just rub on it. Just love on it. Oh, yes, that feels good. As we breathe in. Ooh, and as we breathe out. Wow, that was powerful. Let's try that one again. I bet you that got you some attention, didn't it? Grand rising as we breathe in. And as we breathe out. And just sit with that breath for just a moment. Giving thanks that all the brain cells, the neurons, the tendons, the ligaments, the fibers, the cells, everything is working in the body as it should be. And if it's not working, we give thanks of the power of the breath to make it as it could be. That's why we breathe in. Hold it. And tendency to wander all over the place. That's what the purpose for the bell is, to bring you back into sync with your breath, to remind you to breathe in and to breathe out. So let's take one long, last deep inhale together. Hold it. And as you exhale, bring your head forward, chin to chest, and slowly rotate that head to the left. Slow down, and slowly bring it around to the back and over to the side, to the right, and bring it back around to the front. Ooh, that feels good. Head up. Take a long, deep breath. Inhale deeply. And bring your head forward, chin to chest, and slowly rotate the head to the right. Slowly. Slow down. Moving too fast. I want you to feel the stretches in your neck. And slowly around to the left and back to the front. Head up. Inhale deeply. And as you exhale, look to the left as far as you possibly can. I got a little crook in my neck. Yep, I slept on the pillow last night. Can you tell? So I'm just going to take my fingers and just massage those muscles right there. Ooh, yes, Lord. Feel that stretch. You feel that stretch? Oh, yeah, I feel that stretch. And bring it back. Inhale deeply. And as you exhale, look to the right as far as you possibly can to feel a stretch in the left side of the neck. Feel that? Feels good, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that feels good. Let's rotate them shoulders. Yeah, I needed that. I needed that. You needed that. We all needed that. And somebody else needs that too. So be sure and share it. As you inhale, hold it. And exhale, let it out. And that is something that you can do, and you can share that with somebody, because everybody's stressed out. Everybody crazy. And they don't have to be, because once you share with them Monday morning mindfulness, you will experience the same thing. And you can also experience that and more of my daily inspirations when you go to YouTube. Inspirational Conversations are back. Remember on the Troi Tyler Show back in the day, and on Gospel Radio 1390, where I played gospel music, not secular music, but also was on WGCI FM with Sundance. She would allow me to come on and read there sometimes. So they're back, and they've got their own YouTube on channel, and that's the YouTube channel. So be sure and check it out. I update it daily, and I want to thank you for that. It is 7:27, and you know what that means. I forgot to show you that. Yeah. It's time for our first commercial break, but first I want to go and show you some of what we've been working on, and that would be the Higher Learning Network, HLN TV Instagram page. We're always working we have an outreach to the homeless, and this is what we do. We go every Thursday and try to be of service to them, to help them get resources for housing, and for if they need IDs, or if they need any kind of information on jobs, just resources. We take that information, but we also take them food, which is donated by the Chicago Food Depository from EAAchicago.org. That's the European American Association. And go in there and pack the food and then take it over there. And this is just a small sample of what you will see when you go to our Instagram page, Instagram.com. HLN dash. Please, yeah, praise God, yeah. Just grab some, baby, because it's all going. Those are the goodies. That's the snacks. That's the snack table. You got some toothpaste. Got all kind of goodies over there. You got some hand sanitizer over there. Got some milk. Got some canned soup. Got little boxes of juice here. So just take the whole thing. Take the whole thing, baby. That's what it's for. It's for y'all. Don't worry about it. There's plenty more. Plenty more. Plenty more where that come from. Got a whole 3 things of donuts over there, so you all good. Yeah, honey. Oh, and there's some nuts too. Get them nuts. Just grab them nuts too, because they feel. When you come back, get this box of cereal. Got some raisin bran here. A whole box of it. Let me open it up for them so they can see it. What a blessing to be a blessing, right? Whole box of cereal. You can eat cereal when you can't eat nothing else. And you don't need milk all the time. You can use water. I know that sounds crazy, but something is better than nothing, right? Raisin bran, my favorite. Here we got some milk, peanut butter and jelly, something to keep you for a minute, and some juice. Whole thing of cereal, peanut butter, jelly, milk. Now that's the delivery on the off days, because on the regular days, I'm sorry, not regular days, but every other Thursday, a small delivery. That was a small delivery. So just wanted to share that with you. And that's what we do to help them, to feed them. Because, chances are if you don't have anywhere to stay, you probably don't have anything to eat. Not always true, but so we just do what we were blessed to do. And in honor of that, we're always trying to get them some butane. And we do. And I want to thank you for sharing that. So, and this is one of the things that we do to help them, and that we have made the t-shirts, inhale faith, exhale fear. These are our affirmations t-shirts. So inhale affirmations and exhale negative self-talk, because we don't realize that the conversations that we have on a daily basis, if they're not positive, they're bringing us negative energy, and we'll have negative experiences, and we wonder why we act the way that we act, say the things that we say, and do the things that we do. This is another one. Inhale love, exhale fear. There's if you go to our website, higherlearningnetwork.org, you'll get a chance to see them. And I'm trying to pull that up now so that you can see it. All donations are tax deductible at higherlearningnetwork.org. So I'm pulling up the website just so you can see it. And you'll see there it says higherlearningnetwork.org, and you'll see where it says outreach to homeless. You'll see our Facebook page here, our YouTube page, our Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So you can just click on any of them. But I'll click on our Instagram page just so you can see it. And you'll see it goes right back to our homeless efforts. Well, I clicked on it. Okay, so where is it? I know it's there somewhere. There it is. Did you go through? Okay, but you saw it. There it is. Yeah, higherlearningnetwork.org. So, this is our outreach to the homeless. So, yeah, when you click on outreach to the homeless, you will see it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, and this is 2 weeks from, just a little bit over 2 weeks. It's the first annual benefit gala for the homeless. We have partnered with the Obliging Care Network, and we're putting together a gala, the first annual benefit gala. And if you go to higherlearningnetwork.org and click on the homeless program, you'll see this, and you'll see a link to the website where you can go and get your ticket. So you want to do that, okay? And then you just put your information, your email. So I'll put in there info@higherlearningnetwork.org, so you'll know. But you put your email address in there. Don't put ours. And then it'll take you to Cheddar Up. I've done that. I'm trying to show them. Let me show them, y'all. Okay, so why is Cheddar Up not popping up? Yeah, we're on Instagram there. Yeah, there it is. Y'all can see all of that. As you scroll down, there's just a whole lot of information. But I'm trying to figure out why the Cheddar Up is not going to the Cheddar Up website. That's going to have to be fixed today, isn't it? But you can also go to her Facebook page, which is Obliging Care Network. So when you go to facebook.com and type in Obliging Care Network, that will come up and you'll see. I'll have it when we come back from the break. But right about now, I wanted to remind you about the Teen Talent Contest. So stay close and we'll be back.
Attention
and
all
thanks for
talented
watching and
teens
sharing.
ages 13 to 19. Are you ready to show the world what you've got? We're excited to announce the latest global virtual teen talent contest, where you win cash prizes and scholarships by performing your unique talent. Here's how to participate. 1. Record a 1-minute video of yourself performing your talent. 2. Upload the video, link in description or comments. 3. Submit your video by the deadline. We're looking for a wide range of talents, from singing and dancing to magic tricks and comedy skits. So whether you're a musician, an actor, or a chef, we want to see your unique talent. The top talents will be selected by a panel of judges and will be announced shortly after. So don't wait, start filming and good luck.
Start filming and good luck. We appreciate you for supporting the Global Virtual Teen Talent Contest. And if you'd like to continue to support, and we thank you, you can send us in donations, tax-deductible donations at PayPal, at Cash App. There's my Zelda Speaks. And on PayPal, go to higherlearningnetwork.org. You'll see that. And for Zelle, you need to call us at 312-409-6619 or info@higherlearningnetwork.org. And that information will be there. We'll be right back.
What if you could live to be 120 years old and remain active, healthy, alert, and vibrant? Our bodies are made up of cells that are constantly rejuvenating. So if we take proper care of ourselves, we can literally defy aging. Join us every Tuesday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Standard Time to learn about self-care from Susan Essentials on the Female Solution Blog Talk Radio Show. Learn how to help your body and yourself feel rejuvenated each day through proper nutrition, sleep, frequency medicine, and many unconventional methods of self-care. I'm Jody Susan. Join me and my amazing guests by calling in at 515-605-9325 and press 1 to speak. We'll help you achieve a breakthrough in your health today.
Hi, I'm Dr. CJ of Valona Health, where we combine orthopedic manual therapy and neuroscience to treat the whole person. Health tip for the day is keep it moving. Doesn't matter how, just keep it moving doing something you enjoy. Walking, dancing, rolling on the floor with your dogs or kids, really anything. The body craves movement to keep its bones, joints, and muscles happy. Even our mental health and internal organs and digestive system rely on our movement. Thanks for being a part of the Higher Learning Network on the Female Solution.
Grand Rising, and thank you for joining us back here on the Female Solution and the Higher Learning Network TV show, which airs Tuesdays at 6, Wednesdays at 1 on Channel 19. Last week I made an announcement that times have changed. No, they have not changed. It's still Tuesdays at 6, Wednesdays at 1 on Channel 19. Right now we're going to go live to executive producer Naima Latif as she is reporting live from the UIC Pavilion. Well, she was. I don't know what happened. I just lost her for a second there. Oh, there she is. And she's reporting on what's going on at the live inauguration of Mayor Brandon Johnson. Let us bring to the microphone Naima Latif on location. Grand Rising, my sister. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, well, Grand Rising, and I am here with my journalist colleagues. We're about to go into the UIC Pavilion, which is now called Credit Union 1 or whatever they named it. I don't know. What is it called now? Credit Union 1 Arena.
Oh, Credit Union 1 Arena.
But for those who've been around, it's the UIC Pavilion.
UIC Pavilion. Hello. Okay.
So we got there early. We have video and photography equipment. So they're doing basically a major security sweep.
Yeah.
So they got the dogs with the, sniff out the, any kind of drugs or weapons or anything. So we had to leave our equipment there. And then we're coming back at 8:30 to regain our position there at the place. But basically, there is press from all over the world. They got all the network trucks lined up at the street. So this is pretty historic, even though Brandon Johnson's not the first Black mayor, but nevertheless, it's historic. Right. And let me let you know what he has on the program, which I'm very proud of him for representing us culturally. Starting out with a special music and choral and orchestral arrangements performed by Destiny Worship and Praise Chorale. That sounds like the Rise Orchestra and Karen Clark Sheard. And he's got a dance performance by the Muntu Dance Theater. Yes.
Girl,
yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's gonna be heavenly. Them Clarks sang, child. Back in the day, GCI I had a chance to interview them somewhere, I don't remember where, but they were singing in the interview. That's how cool they are. It's like, okay, all right, okay, having church right there.
Well, he's having church, and then he's got the Muntu Dance Theater performing.
Ooh,
yes,
okay.
And then and then after we do the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem, then we have the Black national anthem being sung by Walt Whitman and the Soul Children of Chicago.
I'm so glad to hear that, because that national anthem is not what we are supposed to be singing.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of events where they do both now. Where was that yesterday, where they did both anthems, and I noticed that some people sat down during the Black national anthem. Like, what event was that? It was in a big arena. I'll remember it in a minute. But then after that, the invocation is being done by the Reverend Dr. Otis Moss III.
Oh,
so we're gonna have a serious invocation on this inauguration.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we got a poetry reading by young inaugural Chicago poet Avery R. Young. I haven't met them yet, but that should be interesting. Oh. And then he's got a blessing by a Rabbi Shoshana Conover. And then, of course, we're going to have the swearing in of the city clerk's oath of office administered by Anna M. Valencia, the city clerk of Chicago. The aldermanic swearing in, that'll be done by the city clerk of Chicago, and then the city treasurer's oath of office, and that'll be done by, of course, that swearing in of the Honorable Melissa Conyers Irvin, and that will be done by the Honorable Judith R. Rice, and then we'll have a prayer for peace and guidance by Imam Hassan Ali. So I guess, he's making sure he's got all the religions covered. Mm-hmm. And then the mayor's oath of office and inaugural address, and he'll be sworn in. The Honorable Brandon Johnson, Mayor-elect of Chicago, will be sworn in by the Honorable Timothy C. Evans, who is Chief Judge of the Circuit Court of Cook County.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. And then we'll have the benediction by the Reverend Jonathan E. L. Brooks. So, he's really got some historic people. And I'm excited that this is going to be, I guess, kind of branding Brandon. As somebody Brandon. Culturally, so he's culturally connected and community minded. Mm-hmm. So I really think that this is going to represent a change. So, we're in the midst of breakfast, but if any of my colleagues would like to, make a share a thought about this. Because, we kind of, I think this is one of those few times where, you really feel a part of the city.
Yeah.
Because we know a lot of we've all been around a while. We've been covering their events and everything. So we feel like we know these people. Some of us, really were closely involved in some of the local campaigns and all of that. So it's time for us to feel like this is our city, and we have an influence in what's said. And as members of the media, our voices will be heard and will be influential. The images that we capture and the words that we capture will have an impact on how people perceive the city. Because right now, everybody's looking at Chicago because we get ready to host the National Democratic Convention.
Right.
So what are they going to see? Are they going to see clean streets and people behaving well toward each other, or are they going to see riots and protests because people are angry? Just depend. What are they going to see? What are we showing them? So anyway, I think this is a good new beginning. So I'll introduce the people. Where did Charlie go? Okay. Well, I've got to my left, Parthenia Luke, who is, I think, covering this for a number of publications, but, primarily with the Chicago Street Journal. And then Charlie Smith, who is also covering this for multiple outlets. Marcus Robinson with the Chicago Communicator, and he also works with on-air news and multiple outlets. And then Chevette Conley, who is with the North Lawndale News on the west side. And we're looking forward to capturing this as it happens. It starts at 10:30. But there's always, I've read you the program, so you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff before you finally get to the mayor and his address.
Right.
And then he's got an event at 2:00 at City Hall. And, I think it's going to be a chance for him to meet the people. I think last year, Lori Lightfoot, she had a whole big thing where people stood in line. You can come in, take a picture with her, and she had hundreds of people who did that. So he may do something like that as well. Something that's kind of a meet the people type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will. I would hope he will.
Yes. Yes. And then he's got a ball tonight. I think the rest of the people intend to go to the ball. I don't know if I'm going to make that ball.
Especially after being there at 5 in the morning.
I know, when you start your day at 4 a.m., I don't know, but we'll see. Anyway, anybody like Will? Chevette, I think you paused and chewing. Would you like to? Yeah, well, I'm going to remark here and let me turn the camera around. Whoopsie. Here we go.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a very interesting administration because Brandon seems very excited about doing this job. I mean, it's going to be a big task, but I'm just glad that he's putting people together that's going to be there to help him. I've never seen anyone take on a job like this and come in so excited and so ready. He started working on it before he even got inaugurated. So I'm really impressed with him already.
Yes. Most of us are impressed with him already. And it is a blessing to be there to witness this historic event. So thank you so very much for sharing that. What was your first thought when you heard that he had won? What was your first thought?
My first thought was, I knew for some reason I knew that he was going to win. I don't
really?
know why, but I knew he was going to win.
All right, I like that.
I had talked with him. I talked with him a couple of times, and when we were interviewing him one time, I heard him say to me, "When I become mayor." So he had that confidence already. He didn't say if I win or whatever. He said, when I become mayor, we're going to do this. And I just was like praying for him. And I said, you know what? This man is going to be our mayor. So
Right.
that was my first thought. I'm like, he's gonna win. And
Wow.
I'm glad he had that confidence. So he started working right away. And I just see the city making some changes because of him, because people are excited about his administration.
Yes. Do you think that because of the history of the Chicago City Council, do you think that he will incur the same type of foolishness, I just call it, that our late Mayor Harold Washington experienced?
No, I don't think so. I think it seemed like people are more behind him for some reason. I don't know if it's because he was connected with the public school system, or because of where he come from, and he seemed like he's more of a people person, because he's been going out to all the communities already, uh, talking with people and communicating with people and trying to find out what their needs are. So it seemed like people, because I've been talking with people, they seem like they're behind him, from all different races.
Yeah, and I noticed that. Yeah, he has a very special. I mean, he's from the community. He didn't just wake up one day and said, "I want to be the mayor." He's actually been in the community, working since. Because he wasn't he a teacher? Was he a teacher? Wasn't he a
Yes,
teacher?
a teacher,
Yeah,
a teacher. And he says that I guess he's still living in the community, and he's going to be one of the first mayors to live in the community. And that's historic itself. And then his wife, she's making history because she's the first black female first lady of the city.
Oh, I didn't.
So they haven't been expounded on that.
Oh,
he's making history as well.
I didn't think about that. Wow. Do we even know her name?
No, I don't know her name, but I'm sure they're going to be talking about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're definitely going to be talking about it. We have some comments here. Good morning. Victor Sarmiento. Good morning, Zelda. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Victor. Good morning to you, too. And you have a wonderful day. Victor is a veteran who works with other veterans. He's very resourceful. So thank you so very much. Be sure, and I don't know what his page is. Victor, if you're still listening, put your page up there so I can share that. Okay.
We have Marcus over here.
Okay, good. Let us bring Marcus up here. Grand Rising, beautiful sisters. Thank you for joining us, Jody. And there is Marcus, my brother from another mother, Marcus Robinson. Thank you so much. Phenomenal media consultant, photographer, videographer, you name it, he does it. Tilt it back just a little bit because your head is cut off. I can't. Here, there you go. That's better. All right, there you go. Much better. Good morning, Marcus. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the Female Solution.
Yeah,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Marcus?
Yeah.
Okay. Go right ahead, dear. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Much better. Thank you, Naomi.
I'm trying to. Could you repeat that?
I said good morning, Grand Rising. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the Female Solution and the Higher Learning Network TV show. Have you begun taking photos this morning yet of the event, of the inauguration?
8:30.
It's a little noisy in here, so.
Oh, okay. Do I need to speak louder?
So you're asking me about the inauguration, right?
Yes. Your thoughts and comments, please.
I can tell you as a photographer my opinion about Brandon Johnson.
That's what we want to hear.
I think that we should give him a chance. I don't expect him to wave a magic wand and change what's going on in this city. I don't expect him to stop the violence that's going on in this city, because it's been going on for decades in this city, and violence is a mind thing, not a political issue, but it's a mindset. Unless he can change the mindset of the young people in this city, this violence is not going to stop.
Right.
And until resources are put in this city, this violence is not going to slow down. Right now, busloads of immigrants are coming into this city. They're coming into predominantly black neighborhoods.
Yes.
They're occupying South Shore High School.
Yes.
Next, it will probably be Inglewood.
Yep.
And that has upset black people in this city. And that's what he's coming into.
Yep.
He's coming into angry black people who are mad about immigrants coming in here taking it over their neighborhoods. So that's something that he will probably need to deal with when he steps into City Hall immediately. And the crime and the jobs for young people, which he've already said that he's going to give them jobs. But again, you can give them jobs, you can't save all of them. So I don't expect him to change that. I don't expect him to focus on just black people.
Oh, no.
This is the city of Chicago. This is a diverse city. But what I should expect of him to do is to try to make life a little easier for us, because we're the ones who have been deprived of resources and opportunities in this city.
You're absolutely right, and we are feeling the pain from the lack of resources.
I hope that he reaches out to black media more so than the rest of them have.
I think he will. I really do. I might be wrong, but I think he will. I think he will.
All right.
It would be to his best
That's basically
advantage.
what I can say.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. We greatly appreciate you, Marcus. And we'll be looking forward to seeing some of that beautiful work, because we know you're going to take a lot of very important pictures. You're making history yourself this morning. So thank you so very much for that. It was Marcus Robinson, my brother from another mother.
Let's see if she's done chewing. Carthen, you got another? Don't say a word. Okay. She's telling us about time for us to get out of here, but Chevette, you were making a point though. Before you were making a point about Brandon being aware of the situation with the angry young people because he grew up in Cabrini Greens. He understands what
he said yesterday, when they were talking about the young people that were committing crimes downtown, he was saying that young people, I see you, I notice you, I love you, but knock it off.
Okay.
You know, it's like he's not gonna stand for it. He's gonna do what he can to be there for them and to help them, but they're gonna have to put it together and stop this. Just put a stop to it.
I'm certainly glad he said that, because young people need to know that somebody is listening. That's the problem. Nobody is
listening, that they see them, they care about them. But I mean, you don't have to go out here and do this, what you're doing, to get attention. You know.
Yeah. He'll probably be like, look, young people, don't make me look bad. You know, we got to do this together. Do not make me look bad.
Because I mean, he knows where he came from. He came from Cabrini Green, and he was underprivileged. He went through a lot, so he knows what they're going through. But they don't have to go this route to get that attention. So he's letting them know that he's there for them. He see them, but cut it out.
Well, he's got the right idea with the good a good staff, a good team. I think he'll be just fine. But it's going to take a lot of hard work to redo the damage that's done in this city. And
then too, not just him. He needs his team to help him. When I say that, I mean the aldermen. They have to do their jobs in the community. You're talking about the commissioners. You're talking about his team of people from City Hall. Everybody has to do their part, and these parents, that's supposed to be watching over their children. 13-year-olds out here carrying guns, doing what they do. It's unacceptable.
Out at 2:00 in the morning. It's like you should be under the bed. Okay. But not only the elected officials and parents, everybody. This is, we all live here. We cannot expect a government to do for us what we need to assist in doing for ourselves. So you right on target.
Especially one person, because you can look to the mayor. It's like they blamed everything on Mayor Lori Lightfoot. Everything was not her fault. I mean, she's doing what she can to run the city, but everybody inherited has a job to do. Yeah, everybody has a job to do.
Yeah, she inherited all the problems of the city, just like he's inheriting them now. And when we see that she couldn't do it on her own, we gotta help. It's plain and simple.
Right.
It's plain and simple. So it is 7:59. We've got 1 minute before our next commercial break. I want to thank you and Naima and Marcus for coming here with us
Okay.
and sharing information about the inauguration. I'm excited. I'm excited that I can't be there, but Naima, you want to give us a closing thought before 8 o'clock, before we take our next break?
Well, I think people need to give this mayor a chance. They didn't really give the last mayor a chance. She came in at a very difficult time with COVID and everything, and she got blamed for a lot of things that were already in disorder before she got there. So I think the best thing we can do is really give Brandon Johnson a chance to work his program and to offer positive suggestions and not be so willing to use protest every time we don't see things happen the way we'd like. But, you know, try to meet with him, talk to him, not at him or about him, but, you know, let's work together and not be adversarial all the time. I think that would be the best approach. So that's what I would encourage. And I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say in his inaugural address. So, you know, we'll keep in contact, and we'll definitely look to have him on one of our shows. You know, I'll be talking to his press people today and see how we can make that happen, because we want to, give him a few days and give him a chance to express himself to our audience. So we're looking forward to that.
Well, we know you're going to make it happen because he called your mom on your cell phone last week. So, for birthday, so we know we're going to get him back in.
I do want to get a chance to say thank you to him for that, too. Yes, definitely. Yes. That lit her up. That lit her day. So
I know it did. It made everybody's
birthday special.
Right. Absolutely. Well, it's 8:01, time to take our commercial break. You stay close and we'll come right back to you. Oh, will you be heading over to the arena? Because right now you're having breakfast. So how's that going to work? Will you come back after the commercial break?
Yeah, I'll come back after the commercial break.
Okay. All right. Y'all stay close. We'll be right back.
Do you want to live in a world without war? Join our global peace movement. Having culture, world peace, and restoration of life transcend culture, religion, ideology, and other boundaries to achieve peaceful harmony in the global society. HWPL is committed to bringing world peace and cessation of war through peaceful dialogue between religious groups. I am Director Shinsu Kim of HWPL Chicago branch of North America. Join us for our next gathering. Call 773-580-1501 and be a part of the movement for world peace. Email us at chicagohwpl@gmail.com.
Are you constantly arguing with yourself? Are your children with the way you're acting now? Becoming the family you deserve? Have you been the victim of domestic violence? Are you grieving over the loss of a loved one? Let us help you restore serenity to your life. At Serenity Family Social Services, we understand that good mental health is a result of emotional well-being. Our goal is to assist you and your family in removing emotional distress and restoring harmony and balance to their lives. We offer individual, couples, and family counseling. I'm Howard Williams, CEO of Serenity Family Social Services. Call us today at 312-315-4820. That's 312-315-4820.
We have an opportunity to transform the whole global society in the next 50 years. 50 years from now, the earth will be populated by a new generation of adults, many of whom are yet unborn. Our mission is to nurture them in childhood with love, guidance, and protection, and to raise them in healthy, happy families. If we impart values of compassion, generosity, and respect for fellow human beings in the next generation of children, they will create a world where people can live together in peace. This is our goal. Be a part of the transformation. Get your copy of the book, The Female Solution. Go to www.naimalatif.com. That's www.naimalatif.com. latif.com.
Oh man, gotta set the Monday sun bill today. This sunlight is really expensive, especially during this season. I'll probably have to work overtime to pay it.
Well, you better pay it on time. We don't want the sun to go out and we're sitting up here all day in the dark. Wouldn't it be terrible if God charged us for sunlight? Well, thank God, the light and heat from the sun is free. So why are we paying such high bills for the energy we use in our homes? Because we don't know how to use solar energy, the free energy from the sun. You can convert your regular home to a solar energy home and save tremendously on your electric bill. Take a look at your electric bill. Wouldn't you like to reduce or possibly even eliminate that cost altogether? Let one of our solar consultants show you how. Call today, 312-849-3456, and schedule a free consultation. That's 312-849-3456. Hi, I'm Naima Latif, executive producer of the Female Solution Global Radio TV show. We are part of the online network of associated internet radio hosts. On Air. On Air empowers you with transformative news and interactive radio TV shows. This is such a wonderful time to be alive and to see our human family coming together as one community as a result of that powerful tool, the internet. We can now talk directly to each other all over the world. There's no need for conflict or misunderstanding. There's no need for violence to solve our differences. We can talk to each other face to face until we reach an agreement. On Air offers a fantastic global guide to communicators from all over the world who are using their internet platforms to inspire us to strive to be our best selves in order to become the kind, compassionate, loving people we were all born to be. Once we do that, we'll see planet Earth transformed into a place of peace. Subscribe to the recommended YouTube channels, Facebook pages, and podcasts created by these Voices of Enlightenment. On Air provides daily news briefs and a weekly magazine to keep you abreast of events and opportunities. On Air news affiliates in television, radio, and print share information, insights, and interviews with notable personalities. Go to onaireverywhere.com for a daily dose of uplifting news. We're on air everywhere, online all the time.
Grand Rising, and thank you for joining us back here on the Female Solution. Welcome to Monday Morning Mindfulness. I'm your host, Zelda Speaks, and we are live at the inauguration for the mayor of Chicago, Mayor Brandon Johnson, and Naima Latif is on location, and she will be back with us shortly. You heard from a few of our fellow journalists who are having breakfast next door to the UIC Pavilion, because even though they had to be there at 5 a.m., they allow the camera people to go in and set up their camera equipment, and then they pull everybody out at big old UIC Pavilion, which is now Credit Union 1 something or another. But they have to leave all their camera equipment and come out. So they went and had breakfast at a Black-owned restaurant right down the street. And so now they're going back. So that just seems weird to me that you would do the sweep after you let the cameras in. It's like the sweep would have been before you let the cameras in. It just doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, I'm not a security specialist, so I don't know these things, but that just makes sense to me. Anyway, I just thought I'd share that with you. And that's a lot to deal with early in the morning, because Naima told me, and I saw the email where we were granted permission to cover the event, and they told us one door, and then you get there and it's another door. Well, when you're hauling around camera equipment and lights and tripods and things of that nature, that gets to be pretty aggravating. when you're told one thing, you get there and told to do something else, and it just is like, I am so glad I am at home doing this morning, because I don't know how much patience I would have had, because this is a new administration. I can't say this is on the administration. This may be on the shoulders of those who are working at the UIC Pavilion. Somebody didn't do something right, because they tell you to go in one door and then they don't do that to media. So I don't know who's running things over there, but I'm gonna say a prayer for them, because y'all need a little prayer, because y'all need a whole lot of help this morning. Anyway, so now that they've had breakfast, they can get back to the uh, UIC Pavilion and set up and get ready for the inauguration. But it's nice speaking to some of the residents and other journalists who are covering the event. So that is some information that we see from them, and they have insights to what's going on that we don't. Somebody just sent me a text and said, "What are you drinking, Zelda?" What I'm always drinking first thing in the morning, tea, honey. I haven't had my. I digress. I do that sometimes. I haven't had my my other drink this morning, because it sits in the refrigerator overnight, and I like to drink it in the morning, and it needs to be room temperature. Cold is not good for the throat. You speak for a living, you learn things along the way, and it's like you don't want to drink anything cold. You always want it room temperature. So I take it out in the morning, that and my other diabetic donut drink, and I just let it get room temperature. So by the time I get off the air, I can drink it. But right now I'm drinking my tea, my hot tea, and I'm drinking rose tea this morning. Oh, have you ever heard of rose tea? ROSE. Oh, it is so good. It's just like a little subtle flavor. I don't know what rose tastes like, but this tastes good. Anyway, there's a rose oil too. Good for stress relief. So just thought I would share that with you. What we're talking about today is the inauguration of Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. So there's a whole lot going on over there today, and all that we don't get to today, I always put updates on my blog on zeldaspeaks.wordpress.com, but I do also want you to be aware of on-air news. Now, this is what Naima was covering this morning. If you see this site right here, it's onaireverywhere.com. And these are some of the on-air daily news highlights. And as you can see, she's been very busy covering political events, covering local sports events. And as you can see there's another one that she was at the White Sox park, at the Bulls and the Lakers. I mean, she just, and I wonder if those are Marcus shots. You know, you just saw Marcus Robinson on here with us. I wonder if those are, no, those might be John's shot. John is the official photographer for onairenews.everywhere.com. Oh, wow. He really does some wonderful work, doesn't he? Oh, my goodness. He gets the shot, baby. All right now. Love it. Don't know where he is there, but he's somewhere. Oh, Biden Harris 24. Okay. All righty. All right. There's Brandon Johnson. Yeah. You want Brandon? You got Brandon. I don't know where she is on this one, but it's somewhere in the community. This looks like a play. Might be ETA Theater or BET Theater or something like that. But if you go to the site, Brother Muhammad over there on the right, I know who that is. That must be the old Navy Pier, because it doesn't look like the new one. Anyway, so just thought I would share that with you. So anytime you want to go to find out what's going on, just go to onaireverywhere.com. Can I scroll that down so you can see it? Onaireverywhere.com. I'm trying to pull the site down just so you see it. Nope. Okay. Anyway, so that's what we're covering today. Onaireverywhere.com. And she is literally on air everywhere. And I'm bringing her back to the screen here on the Female Solution. And I need to put her up so you can see her.
So yes, we are on our way back to the UIC Pavilion, the Credit Union One Center for the inauguration, and you know it's expected to be a pretty crowded event. We have some of our associates that are
on the west side where Brandon Johnson is having an event at 9 o'clock before he comes to the pavilion for the inauguration. So I'm trying to think, it was a prayer breakfast or something. Whatever, you probably got the email, but it's an event that, he's meeting with people before the inauguration, which I guess that's also kind of a historic thing too. So he's going to do a lot this day. He's, doing the breakfast, doing the, the community thing at 9, then the inauguration at 10:30, and then meeting at City Hall at 2 o'clock. So we'll have all of that up on the on-air news site this evening to update people on all the events. And I think this is the time for us to really make our voices heard in terms of what we would like to see happen in the city. It's not enough just to complain, because citizens write legislation. Our own Mama D, she's written some legislation that has passed.
Yes.
So if we have ideas, we should bring them to the people who are being sworn in today, the aldermen that are supposed to be making the laws and the policies. And we got a couple of things that we'd like to suggest for legislation. And, of course, you've been working with the homeless community. Having shelter really needs to be a legal right. It's inhumane to have people sleeping out on the street when you have empty buildings. And I don't think banks should be allowed to bar people from shelter because they don't have money.
Right.
And I think Chicago can set a precedent on having humanity be the reason for our laws and not money making. If we can be leaders in that and lead the nation in showing how human beings should treat each other, that would be great history. I love it when our people, African-American people, are able to rise to leadership positions, but it doesn't really matter what your skin color is or what color the body you're wearing is if your thinking is no different than the people who created this mess.
Right.
So we have to be pioneers in showing how to treat other people. All the people we share this planet with, they have a right to life, and they have a right to live stress-free, always having to worry about basic survival. That is not a way to live, and that should not be something that is acceptable. And so I believe that Brandon Johnson has the right spirit, but it has to come in the form of changing policies. We were just talking about, on the way here, we were just looking at the street sweepers. And you know how the thing goes. You're supposed to move your car before the street sweepers come down, otherwise you get a ticket. Well, if the intention was to clean the street, then you would have your regular day that you clean the street, and people would know and they would move their cars. And if they forget, then you would be able to inform them. If they're parking in front of their house, you would, have your person, maybe people come by and remind them, can you move your car about this, clean the streets? Mm-hmm. But the intention is to make money off of tickets. So what do? They wait until maybe the night before, and they don't. And then many of the least affluent neighborhoods, mm-hmm. they keep changing the day of the street cleaning.
They do it in Inglewood.
And they do it in Inglewood, and the distressed areas where people can't afford to be paying tickets, and they do that, and then you rack up tickets because you accidentally parked when they were cleaning the streets, and then they end up towing your car. So what happens when you rack up tickets because you weren't informed of the street cleaners coming, and so you get a ticket because you were parked outside on the street cleaning day, and you look up and you got hundreds of dollars worth of tickets. You can't afford to pay them, and then next thing you got a boot on your car, and your car gets towed, and then you lose your car, and they sell your car at auction. These are very mercenary ways that the city makes money, and they make it by taking advantage of people who don't have money. And they charge you what, $100 a day for storage or some ridiculous thing. Right. So These are the kind of policies that have to be eliminated. And unfortunately, because this is how the city creates revenue to pay its bills, people aren't able to vote to change that system unless we give them an alternative. And, of course, that's why we were very much behind what Dr. Willie Wilson was saying, because he addressed a lot of the economic inequities that come when you don't have an income source that generates revenue that is decent and fair and doesn't exploit people.
Right.
So I'm hoping that Brandon Johnson will be amenable to new ideas on how to generate revenue for the city and not using the same old ways of using fines and tickets and fees, because that's what caused Ferguson to erupt, and anger and violence and riots, because this is what the city was doing. They were taking advantage of the poorest population and constantly writing tickets and taking people's cars and all that. And you create distress for families. So what happens when you don't have a car to get to your job, and then you lose your house because you can't pay for your rent, and and then people are homeless.
Right.
So there's this cycle of homelessness. It comes from really abusive practices by these municipalities. So Chicago has an opportunity to set a new standard, set a higher standard of how to treat its citizens, and to make sure that everybody is housed, everybody is fed. I mean, we're doing better when it comes to food. We do have the food pantries and things like that, and that's good. Now we need, as you know, we need to deal with the housing. We need to deal with people who should have shelter, people who have children, and they need to be able to have their children in a shelter and a safe place to stay. We have so many homeless teens. A lot of the teens that are out here creating havoc are the ones that don't have any place to go, and the shelters won't take them because they're over the age of what they will allow people to bring children in a shelter. So they're just out on the street at night.
Right.
Something's wrong with that.
Right.
You got young people that are coming from homes where they've been abused or been abused in foster care. So all of these things that people are suffering from, they can be changed, but they have to be changed because we are choosing to live by a higher standard of how we treat people. And this is something that a mayor can do if they take leadership with a different attitude. The objective cannot be how do we make money off of this situation. It has to be how do we serve the people. So he said all the right things while he was running. Brandon Johnson said all the right things. So how do we turn that into policies? How do we turn that into laws that change conditions for people? And that's where the citizens come in, because it really is our responsibility not to just put people in office there and sit back and wait for them to act like Superman and fix everything. We have to bring forth the legislation. We have to formulate the plans, and then we present it to those who are supposed to turn it into laws. That's our job to do that. And so this is what I would like to see Chicago be, is a leader in setting a new higher standard for how we're treating the citizens and how we're treating each other.
Now you talk about legislation, and Mama D is responsible for some legislation. I think the Female Solution and the Higher Learning Network need to get together and propose some legislation as well, especially as it regards to much of what you just mentioned, especially for with this immigrant situation coming in, moving into South Shore and Inglewood and other areas. We need to propose some legislation. If you can house those people, then why can you not house the people that are here in the state of Illinois, in Chicago specifically?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the major question. And there's no good answer that makes sense if you're saying, well, we have to help them because they're in distress, coming from other countries. Well, the people who are on the street are in distress too. That's how distressful is it to be out on the street and you can't protect your child at night and all of that. So part of it is also not blaming people for their financial situation. We tend to learn to look down on people if they come to hard times
and condemn them.
Yep.
Yes.
It's not the people's fault that they're in the condition they're in. It's this wicked system that's been put into place that has it's this wicked system that has been put into place that has caused these people to be in the shape they're in. I'm speaking from experience growing up in Inglewood. Every time a young black man had a car, I had 2 cars. The police kept messing with me. They kept pulling me over, and if my car was parked, they wrote bogus tickets. And no matter how you tried to challenge it, you still had to pay it. And a lot of times, people don't have the money to pay that kind of money. And one thing I wish Brandon would do is really listen to the real people. Not the big time pastors, not the big time activists and the grant grabbing activists, but the people who are really living in these conditions and create some type of resource to help them. Or better yet, abolish these bogus tickets, wipe it out, give them a clean start so that they can live their lives, because it's stressing people out. The utility companies are overcharging people. They taxing people on everything. You got to pay to park, even right downtown. How do you expect people to work and they got to worry about their car being towed?
They don't
there should
care.
be some place where they can park for free.
They don't
because
care.
we're paying enough taxes in this city. I know they don't care. This country is built on capitalism,
right,
and not quality.
Right. You are absolutely right. Yeah, they cared absolutely nothing about us. It's just like money, 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 money.
Yeah.
Get that money, and then they have us conditioned to think that's all you got to do is get money, money. That's what you see all the rappers on TV throwing money around. Money, 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 money. It's a distraction. It's a distraction.
Yes.
It's about.
Well, that's the wrong signal that they're giving to young people. The reason why young people are acting out, when the only standard you give them is get as much money as you can, however you can get it. Well, yeah, it makes sense to steal, because that's the standard that we set. Take from people in a way that's hurtful, because that's what the city's been doing to them. Like Marcus was saying, every time you leave your home and you're being harassed by people, or if you're driving a nice car and you're a young black man and you get accused of probably being stolen and all that, and you're constantly being humiliated and jacked up and searched and all that. So much of that stuff is just mean-spiritedness. It's got nothing to do with keeping us safe in the city.
Not a doggone thing.
Oh.
You are walking an awfully long way. Where was that restaurant at?
Well, the restaurant was actually on Taylor Street, and so we got to walk back to Harrison. It was a bit of a walk.
Yeah, I'm like, good Lord. I said right down the street. I'm like, where the heck was she?
It's a long street. Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, that's one of the longest blocks I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, so but we figured rather than just stand outside the building for 2 hours, it makes sense to just go on and eat and then come back, because we're gonna be here a while.
Yeah.
So that long program, I mean, it's not a long program, but it is, it's long enough. Yeah. So we'll be there. So for people who want to see, here we are at the Credit Union 1 Arena, which doesn't sound as good as UIC Pavilion, but I guess that's that. I guess that's who owns it now.
Yeah.
So,
and that's surprising, because UIC is known for owning so much in the city of Chicago. I'm shocked to hear that.
Yes.
Somebody beat him to that property, I guess. Well, not beat him to the property, sponsored the property. I said that incorrectly.
Yes. So
go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, we're about to enter the building now. And what did they say? Come back to 3? Are we?
Oh, we'll be here. Okay.
Oh, okay. Get the credentials first. Yeah, we got to stand in line to get the press credentials.
Again.
Well, what we had to do is set the equipment first.
Oh, okay.
And so now we're in the line with all the press to get the credentials.
Oh,
yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah, I'm glad we went in 8, because
I'm glad you did too. Because it ain't nothing like being hungry, standing in the line. Woo!
Yeah, yep. So we got all the network folks and whatnot that had to be here 5 a.m. You know, that's part of it.
Yep.
But I mean, this is a great symbolic thing. But like we're saying, some fundamental things need to change. You know, like Chevette was saying about Brandon Johnson having grown up in the struggle on the West Side, and he said a lot of that during his campaign. That was one of his big points. You know, I grew up in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods. I understand all that. So that sounds good, and we elected you because we believe that you have sensitivity.
Right.
we got one of our other great photographers here, Melanie Brown. Yes, always on the case. So you know, we're just hoping that he will take his experience and really choose to change some policies that need to change, because people are being deeply affected, and it is very distressing when you're always on survival mode, when you're always worrying about losing everything, and when you're one step away from homelessness. And so that needs to change, because if the economic situation changes, I think the crime situation will disappear.
Absolutely. We know that, without a doubt.
Yes. So I know we got to go to another break, and I'll be back after the break.
All right, stay close.
We'll talk more.
All right, thank you so much, Naima Latif, reporting live from the mayoral Brandon Johnson inauguration. You stay close, and we will be right back.
We love you on Windy City Live. Yes, we do. Tell us, how did all this happen? How did this come about?
Well, I play me. I play Val Warner in Chirac, which is really cool. So when people see this movie, they are literally seeing Val, and I am a reporter in the movie.
You talk about the violence, but what can we do personally?
I think we got to be engaged, and I think engaged in a number of things. In our block, in our home, in our neighborhood, we got to be engaged. We got to fight the issues. We got to fight a government that is abandoned, you know, whole communities on the south and the west side. We got to fight a governor who's cut out every youth employment program, who's cut out violence prevention programs, who's abandoned our communities and the poor and the vulnerable. And I think we got to reach out to our brothers on the street and love them and respect them and help them, not just demonize them.
I'll just say like this. First of all, give you the history of coming to Chicago and telling my jokes as a young cat. I'm 37 now. I started about almost 15 years ago. Elroy taking me under his wing, letting me do some jokes here and there for the radio stations and all that kind of stuff.
I learned that no matter what you do and how much of a genuine heart you have, and if you're coming from a good place, people are going to criticize if they don't agree with what you're doing.
Yo, what's up? It's your man Tony Schofield from 106.3 Chicago's R&B, and you are watching Men on Higher Learning. Now, I used to hang around with some men that was into some higher learning. It just wasn't that kind of higher learning, but I got myself together now, okay?
What is it that you do in your quiet time, in your meditation time, that allows you to bring us the films that you do?
I sit courtside in Madison Square Garden, world's most famous arena.
And you're watching CTV on the Higher Learning Network. Yeah, right.
The Female Solution Global Radio TV Show invites you to an invigorating conversation with our team of hosts Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. Start your week with Monday Morning Mindfulness with Zelda Speaks. Tuesdays, Self-Care with Jody Toussaint. Wednesdays, Repairing Broken Families with Naima Latif and co-host Kareem Hamid. Thursdays, Soulful Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green. And Fridays, Health and Wellbeing with Beata. Saturdays, tune in 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Time. Third Saturday, Success Strategies with Shauna. Second Saturday, Wendy Williams Esquire on relationships. Third Saturday, Move Around with Deborah. And fourth Saturday, Wisdom with Mama D. Join us Sundays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time for Soul Purpose Healing with Beata. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to the host and be a part of the solution. About finances, family, health, job, relationships? Are you in pain? Do you feel stuck? If you answer yes to any of these questions, help is available. Don't worry, you're not alone. It's part of the human process. You only feel this way because you haven't mastered the voices in your head. No hype, just down to earth, solid, workable tools and techniques that you can practice daily. It's really food for the soul, whether you want to learn how not to worry about anything, whether it's type 2 diabetes, publish a book, promote your product or service, or just make extra money. To take advantage of the deal of the day, go to zelderspeaks.com or call 212-409-6619. Use your promo code for Female Solution and get free shipping. That's zelderspeaks.com or 312-409-6619. Stop worrying today. Visit zelderspeaks.com.
Grand Rising, and thank you for joining us back here on the Female Solution. I'm your host, Zelda Speaks. Welcome to Monday Morning Mindfulness, and you'll see there on the screen, I was telling you before we went to commercial break, the first homeless gala benefit. If you go to Facebook.com and type in Obliging Care Network, you will see this, you'll see their page, Obliging Care Network. And then you will scroll down on the page and you will see, right after you see me there asking for your donations, you'll see you'll see my photo, my video, I should say, and I'm talking about the network. And you'll see the link right here. It says OCN First National Benefit Gala at cheddarup.com. So this is the site that you want to go to, which is cheddarup.com. When I first saw that, I laughed. I was like, that's what the children call it. They call it cheddar. They call money cheddar. And I said, why is it not coming up? Oh, okay. So I got to get out of that and get into the other one so you can see the cheddarup.com so that you will know that you are on the right page. So when you go to the Obliging Care Network and click on that, this is what you'll see. The first annual benefit gala for the homeless. I've been out on location with Miss Ozell Ross. She is the founder and CEO of the Obliging Care Network, and she asks that you join us for a night of dancing and fun to benefit the Obliging Care Network mission to improve the lives of Chicagoans in need. And it's the first annual benefit gala will be at the Crystal Sky Banquet, 7941 West 47th Street in McCook, Illinois. You just take 47th Street west to Harlem is 72, so it's just past Harlem. And that's coming up in about 2 weeks, Saturday, June 3rd, 7 p.m. to 12 midnight. Formal wear is expected. You'll enjoy an open bar. I haven't heard that in a while. Open bar, hors d'oeuvres, live music, and a live DJ. So be sure and go and check that out. That information will all be on my blog on zeldaspeaks.com. But right now we're going to go back to the inauguration with our executive producer, Naima. And she joins us back here. Finally back in.
Yes, well, I'm just so excited to see all my media associates here. And if I may, maybe I can start there. Well, you know, we are meeting all kinds of people who are coming from all across the nation to do this. And I want to quickly introduce you to one of my former students at Betty Shabazz School who was working with the campaign here, Jasmine, who is coming in from out of town, out of, what is it, Arizona? Arizona, came
Hi,
from
Jasmine.
Arizona.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Yeah, so she's helping coordinate this. She's working, so I can't keep on too long. But she's actually helping coordinate the crowd here, and helping people get to where they have to go to, and this massive crowd of media people, as you can see, long, and getting longer line. So I don't know if they had anticipated that it would be this and this much attention and coverage, and certainly we're excited to witness this. And so many people are striving to cover this for their various outlets, and I know that there's going to be a lot said about the proceedings that happened. And the lady here, who's one of the coordinators, I know she's got her hands full, Hannah. And so many people, and wait one more time, Jasmine. Hey! It's gonna be a great day. Yeah, so good seeing you. Let me catch up to my place here in line. Yes, just so exciting to see a former student from Betty Shabazz now. She said she works in politics in Arizona, and got hooked up with this effort to come to Chicago, because she's from Chicago, but now living in Arizona.
Oh, wow.
So to come to Chicago and be a part of this very historic day.
Yeah, I see lots of journalists out there behind you. Yeah. I mean, people coming from all over the world. Chicago is a major market city, so yeah, we do some things. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, put my earphones back in so I'm not got all the background noise.
Okay.
So yeah, so is that better now?
Much better.
Yes. So I think that this will probably kind of give us a clue as to how, how much we can expect interaction from this administration, how accessible Brandon Johnson is. We'll be there at the event this afternoon at City Hall. And, I believe he's going to try his best to really be accommodating. But also, I know it's a challenge because, you don't know how much the previous administration actually gives in terms of information on how to do things, and which people are going to stay and keep their positions, which ones got to be replaced. Because some people you can't get rid of them because they know how to do everything.
Right.
So if you had that kind of job where you've been there for the last 30 years, you're not going to be replaced because anybody coming in would be fumbling trying to figure it out, and you already know. So that's one thing. But then there is always, a change of staff, and, a few bumps in the road when the new person tries to figure out how to make things happen, and, whether or not they have, the kind of experience that they need to have. And that's why when you get elected to office, you can't just, give a job to your cousin.
No.
Because, they need to have some skills. No. So, pardon me, just a quick moment. So we're going to be checking in of our credentials here. And basically, once we get in and get seated, then it'll just be waiting for the
waiting game.
Yeah, the waiting game.
Yeah.
And but that's how it is.
and part of being a part of a big city is managing a lot of people, managing crowds in a way that's polite, which is always challenging, especially when people get agitated and irritated if things don't go well. So, this is always a test of a person's skills in that area, and the team that you pull together to help you manage that. And
you said to set up on the right, right? They're not letting you without the pass.
Yeah.
Here, if you could come with me.
Yes.
You can come with me.
Yes.
Look like somebody's having.
Yeah, I think both of them are already in. Yes.
Looks like somebody's having a little difficulty getting their credentials this morning.
No, we need to get the thing right.
So if you could just come with me, we're gonna escort you in just a little lower.
Oh, you're low.
Well, as you can see, she's having trying to get her credentials to get back here.
Yeah, we should be on the list also. Naima Latif at On Air News.
OnAirEverywhere.com is where you can go to see more footage of this as the day progresses.
So is Ron coming as well?
He should be, yes.
So it is 8:45. We just got a
so we've got limited space in the press table, so we've got press seating behind, directly behind.
And while she's doing that, let me show you this quick video. I want you to keep in mind every day at noon. Let us keep in mind Jamie Foxx. I don't know if you've heard the reports, but he is in need of prayer. So we ask that you pray every day at noon. And this is a little promo I did for his healing.
And you're watching CTV on the Higher Learning Network.
I'll just say like this. First of all, give you the history of coming to Chicago and telling my jokes. As a young cat, I'm 37 now. I started about almost 15 years ago. Elroy taking me under his wing, let me do some jokes here and there for the radio stations and all.
Well, alrighty now. So that is what we're doing every day at noon. We are saying a prayer for our very own Jamie Foxx. And you can see that and other inspiration at my new page at NspirationalConversations.com. I'll be posting daily updates. So you can just go to YouTube, type in at Inspirational Conversations, and that's inspiration without the I. It begins with the letter N. So if you would find it in your heart to share this with someone, because we all know somebody who's in need of prayer. And I remember when Luther Vandross first got sick, and the whole radio department and everybody in radio, TV, and all over the world were rooting for him. So we did it for Luther. He came back and stayed a while, but he passed on too. So this is what you can do, the same thing for Jamie Foxx. So go to youtube.com at inspirationalconversations.com. That's the new thing they come with. I don't know why they did with the Y, with the at. Anyway, back here with Latif. I think you pick your credentials. Can you hear me?
Yes. I got a little snag here. I got to put my bag in the car, so I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay. All righty. I'll bring you back then. All righty. So you be sure and go back and check out the website I'm still stuck on OnAirEverywhere.com. Oh, I need to get rid of that. That was Jake. Yeah. There you go. onaireverywhere.com. Now, I do know that many of you are stressed out, as most people are, because stress kills. If you are the type of person that flares up, if you are agitated easily, you probably need some stress relief training. And that is my specialty. You see under my name there, it says Stressology. Now, that does not mean that after speaking with me after a session that you will be stress-free. No, that does not mean that. What it means is that you will be equipped with the tools and the techniques to practice stress relief. Just like we do the breathing in the morning, that's all part of stress relief, because when you inhale and exhale, you send messages to the brain and to the rest of the body to calm itself down. You're no longer in the fight or flight mindset, so you can relax. And when you are relaxed, you make better decisions. When you're stressed out, we often make decisions that are detrimental to our future. I know I have. And if you are one of those people like I am, then you certainly know that stress kills. So this is, I'm doing some stress relief for some this organization here, visit.org. And this is a place where you can learn tools and techniques that I teach to manage and relieve stress. So you can learn stress relief tools and techniques that you can incorporate quickly and effortlessly into your daily lives. And these innovative mindfulness stress relief program was designed by yours truly, Zelda Robinson, who suffered trauma after an accident and knows exactly how it feels to be stressed out for long periods of time without the tools necessary to bring one back into balance. You see, stress is only an imbalance. These mental and physical techniques can be used in or out of the office, and you can benefit from the entire community, in which you live, work, and play. So it is possible that if you are stressed out, you can learn some more things. And those are these tools to managing stress and relieve stress can really make a difference in the quality of your life. That's what you'll do. So this is what else you should know. And you can learn stress tools and techniques that you can incorporate quickly and effortlessly. You want to be quick and effortlessly. And so this experience will take place over Zoom, and it's available for you and for your organization wherever you live. It is available. All you have to do is contact us at higherlearningnetwork.org. Okay? Or you can call 312-409-6619. But higherlearningnetwork.org, you'll get a quicker answer so that you can learn to manage and relieve your stress and that of your coworkers, family, and community. Be sure and share, because sharing is caring. And thanks for sharing. So that's what's possible for you, and I invite you to take advantage of that. This information will be on my blog on zeldaspeaks.wordpress.com. And I know I talk fast, and I apologize for that, but I was trained in radio where you only had a very few minutes to say a lot. So you learn how to talk very fast. So I apologize for that. But I don't talk fast on my blog, because I don't talk at all on my blog. So this is my blog, zeldaspeaks.wordpress.com. And as you can see, the information for the show there is today, live broadcast of the inauguration of Chicago's new mayor, Brandon Johnson, on Monday morning mindfulness. Yes. And Naima Latif is on location. And this is just information from last week we had interim CEO Vienna C. Little of Fresh Start. And we also had Naima's mom, who made 100 years young, Miss Leatha Charles. She's our first interview with our first centenarian. And I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Centenarian. There you go. Centenarian. I finally got it right. Miss Letha Charles. Bless her heart. I wasn't able to make a birthday party, but I did get a chance to have her on the show. So thank you, Miss Letha Charles. We appreciate you. And thank you for the wonderful daughter, Naima Latif, that you raised. She's a darling. So full of life and sunshine and just information. I should have known she was a teacher because she's so much patience with me when I was trying to learn how to run this switchboard. But as you can see, there's a ton of information there. So all you have to do is scroll down. Oh, the information is there about the Obliging Care Network first benefit, homeless benefit gala. So that information is there as well. So if you scroll down, you'll see lots of other information there. So, and I update it weekly, so you can always go back and check that out. Okay. And last but not least, speaking of stress, if you know someone who has alcohol or substance abuse problems, if they need disability services, senior housing, mentoring and education support, if they are an ex-offender, there are reentry services available at the Habilitative Institute, and they are located at 415 South Kilpatrick. That's on the west side of Chicago, but they help you, doesn't matter where you are. You can reach them at 773-261-2252. That's 773-221. I'm sorry, 773-261-2252. And their their website is Habilitative Systems Inc. And I'll be putting all that information on my blog as well. Now, I know some people change their blogs every day. I don't. I'm not one of those, but I will do it after the show on Monday. And if there's some pertinent information during the week, I do it several times a week, but not every day. Maybe every other day. How about that? So I just don't want you to go to the blog and expect something to be there and it's not, because I just don't want to disappoint you. So I just want to share that with you. And also, if you would like to receive, to be on our mailing list for stress relief, we can also send you, well, I should say you could text us at our text number and we can put you on the list. If you would like to receive a text, you can text us at, you will see the number scrolling there on the bottom, 219-699-4119. You'll see the information scrolling there. And you can also post your comments on YouTube at our Higher Learning TV show or Facebook Higher Learning TV show. And we've got some comments here. So let's see what the comment says. And it says, Vieta Robinson, my sister from another Mr. Grand Rising Queens. Yeah, if you didn't see the show last night, oh my goodness, please do yourself a favor and go back and see it. You'll be glad you did. And she also says, yes, the systems are broken, but when do they take responsibility and make changes to leave? Yeah, the big system. Well, we're not depending on them anymore, Viata. We're depending on us, because we're going to, the Female Solution and the Higher Learning Network, we're going to make some changes. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make some legislation and introduce that to Mayor Brandon, because Naima Latif has this ear, and she's right here with an ear.
Yes.
So you're finally back inside.
Yes, absolutely. So can you hear me still?
Loud and clear.
Great. Yes. Well, we're inside now. For a minute, they were saying, oh, you got to put your bags in your car and all that. I'm like, oh, okay, you can stand this long line. But, you know, just went to another place and they said, oh, go on in. So anyway, getting past that. So now we're inside. And, of course, everybody from everywhere is here. Oh, I'm sorry, Marcus. Yeah, so we went to another location. They just let us on in. So I'm like, okay, fine. So, yes. There's very high anticipation here. And so, one of the things that we know is going to be a challenge is the tremendous amount of media people and the
WVON?
limited
You can thank that gentleman. That
space.
gentleman, that's the one to thank.
So
That's the one to
WVON
thank.
is here. They're broadcasting live, of course. And again, it starts at 10:30. See, whose show is at 10:30? Is that Perry Small? She's still on? I'm assuming they'll have their people in the studio and then whoever is on location here. But this is going to be challenging just based on the fact that this is more than I think what they had planned. But that's a good thing because it means the eyes of the world are watching, and we're going to do our part to bring this coverage live on the Media Connection TV, and of course, if we see notable people, we'll be grabbing them to get some words on their expectations for the new administration and their hopes, and even legislation that they would like to see introduced. And we'll be definitely looking forward to having some of our newly elected officials on our programs in the morning on the Female Solution, because we want them to make themselves known. We don't want them to be strangers. We want to see the people who we have given the responsibility of organizing our society. So now I know that you've got a schedule. I know. Are you going to stay live with us for a little while?
Oh yeah. I have a 9:30 meeting, but I can reschedule. This is history.
History.
This is history.
Yes,
this doesn't happen every day.
Yes, it is. It doesn't happen every now. Oh, sorry. Pardon me.
Yeah. So, but when I, because they're expecting me, so when I have to take a call, I'll just enlarge you and let you continue the process.
Oh, that'd be great. I can do that.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay.
Yes.
So the after show will be live.
Great.
It's 9 o'clock. Yeah, let me play the promo because it's time to sign out. We're so busy talking. Let me play the promo and then I'll close out the switchboard. Closing out the switchboard and then I'll just bring you in.
Latifah, and you're watching CTV on the Higher Learning Network. Check out.
The Female Solution Global Radio TV Show invites you to an invigorating conversation with our team of hosts Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. Start your week with Monday Morning Mindfulness with Zelda Speaks. Tuesdays, Self-Cell Care with Jody Susan. Wednesdays, Repairing Broken Families with Naima Latif and co-host Kareem Hamid. Thursdays, Soulful Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green. And Fridays, Health and Wellbeing with Beata. Saturdays, tune in 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Time. First Saturday, Success Strategies with Jana. Second Saturday, Wendy Williams Esquire on relationships. Third Saturday, Move Around with Deborah. And fourth Saturday, Wisdom with Mama D. Join us Sundays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time for Soul Purpose Healing with Beata. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to the host and be a part of the solution.
Love you on Windy City Live. Yes, we do. Tell us, how did all this happen? How did this come about?
Well, I play me. I play Val Warner in Chirac, which is really cool. So when people see this movie, they are literally seeing Val, and I am a reporter in the movie.
You talk about the violence, but what can we do personally?
I think we got to be engaged, and I think engaged in a number of things. In our block, in our home, in our neighborhood, we got to be engaged. We got to fight the issues. We got to fight a government that is abandoned, whole communities on the south and the west side. We got to fight a governor who's cut out every youth employment program, who's cut out violence prevention programs, who's abandoned our communities and the poor and the vulnerable. And I think we got to reach out to our brothers on the street and love them and respect them and help them, not just demonize them.
I'll just say like this. First of all, give you the history of coming to Chicago and telling my jokes as a young cat. I'm 37 now. Started about almost 15 years ago. Elroy taking me under his wing, letting me do some jokes here and there for the radio stations and all that kind of stuff.
I learned that no matter what you do and how much of a genuine heart you have, and if you're coming from a good place, people are going to criticize if they don't agree with what you're doing.
Yo, what's up? It's your man, Tony Schofield from 106.3 Chicago's R&B, and you are watching Men on Higher Learning. Now, I used to hang around with some men that was into some higher learning. It just wasn't that kind of higher learning, but I got myself together now, okay?
What is it that you do in your quiet time, in your meditation time, that allows you to bring us the films that you do?
I sit courtside in Madison Square Garden, world's most famous arena.
Latifah, and you're watching CTV on the Higher Learning Network. Check out.
Chicago is the place to be, and as you can see, there's a lot going on there at the inauguration. There with the other journalists who
Attention all talented teens ages 13 to 19. Are you ready to show the world what you've got? We're excited to announce the latest global virtual teen talent contest, where you win cash prizes and scholarships by performing your unique talent. Here's how to participate. 1. Record a 1-minute video of yourself performing your talent. 2. Upload the video, link in description or comments. 3. Submit your video by the deadline. We're looking for a wide range of talents, from singing and dancing to magic tricks and comedy skits. So whether you're a musician, an actor, or a chef, we want to see your unique talent. The top talents will be selected by a panel of judges and will be announced shortly after. So don't wait, start filming, and good luck.
That's right. You can get that information in for the Global Virtual Teen Talent Contest. Youth 13 to 19 years young can audition by sending their own YouTube link. Send us an email to hlmtvc@gmail.com. And you can win prizes, tips, and scholarships for the Higher Learning Network.org. If you have any other questions, or click on the Global Virtual Teen Talent Contest. So you can see in the background here, Ryan is still at the inauguration. And those are some of the journalists that are just hanging around waiting for the event. Thank you for the footage at 9 so that we can see what's going on. Well, people are just waiting. It's 9, 10 minutes after the 9 o'clock hour, and people, the journalists, I should say, are waiting there for the inauguration festivities to begin because Naima gave us the agenda for the day. So there's a whole lot going on there, but right about now we're just going to play some more promos and hope that you will find it in your heart to be service to the homeless by donating to the homeless. And we'll be right back. And rising, and thank you so much for joining me. I'm your host, Zelda Speaks, the stressologist. Any stress in your life? Well, most of us do. Unfortunately, we don't know what to do with that stress, especially as it relates to worry. I was once a worried about everything, and I finally figured it out with some training. Yeah, I've been certified with the American Society of Training and Development, National Speakers Association, and a host of others. But none of those organizations helped me stop worrying. They just gave me validation for the public to see what credentials I have. So the credentials I have now are from life experience, and I've learned how not to worry. And you can learn how not to worry too, because it is indoctrinated in us to worry. We don't have the answers, so we think the worst is going to happen. Well, I got a solution to that, and that is the Worry Workshop. So I'm going to pull that up for you on my blog. Why do you worry when you don't have to? Go to my blog, zeldaspeaks.wordpress.com, and you can sign up right there and find out how you. And remember, sharing is caring. If you care about yourself and your loved ones, help them see their way out of a mess. Give them the gift. It makes a great birthday gift. It makes a great holiday gift. So instead of running to the store getting something that they really might not need, give them a worry-free life. Give them the gift of a worry-free existence. And thanks for sharing. Make it a great day. And we're back with Naima Latif, journalist on the scene for the on-air news, onaireverywhere.com.
Yes. All right, I'm all set here. Got my laptop and everything. Got my cameras all set, so we are good to go. Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a squeeze, but we are here and ready to report. So yeah, it's going to be history. But one of the things that I'm excited about is the fact that everybody feels so hopeful. You know, we know it was a really close race, and a lot of people who are now in positions of authority. You know, they had originally backed the opposing candidate, Paul Vallis, who did say he's going to give the mayor his full support. I'm glad to hear that. this is, when you look at the stakes, and I understand how come the election got so very bitter, because this is a lot of power. Chicago, I mean, this is a key place in the nation, and I understand why the battle was so intense. This is a lot of money involved, a lot of influence, and a lot of potential. But it also is really going to require a lot of level-headedness, because it's more than just the pomp and circumstance. We have some real serious issues here, and we can only solve them if we think in terms of cooperative, collective work. It can't be a thing where, well, I hope he fails so I can run against him next term, because we've had too much of that in the political arena, where people were thinking of their own ambition and not the good of the collective body. So I'm hoping, and I think someone asked earlier about, did we think we were going to see some of the same kind of shenanigans as we saw when Mayor Harold Washington first got elected, and you had the council divided between 29 and 21 and all of that. And it was a very childish thing happening. People wanting to maintain control of the old guard. We really can't have that anymore. The issues in this city are literally life and death. So we have to have mature people that are in office, that are working together. And I am glad that we have a whole new city council, a lot of people who have not been elected before, a whole new group of people. I hope that they form coalitions. I hope that they work as a collective body and not factions, this side against that side, or this group against that group, because the whole city has to work. You can't have some parts of the city that get all the money and the resources, and the other parts get neglected and over-policed and distressed. We can't have that anymore. And every candidate gets up and says, oh, I'm for all the people, but then we see the money not being distributed equally. That can't happen anymore. The frustration has exploded, and everybody is feeling the effects of it. So we can't just point to young people and say, oh, you get your children together, raise your children better. We have homeless, we have homeless teens out here trying to survive, and nobody's helping them. Everybody's blaming them, but nobody's looking at the years of neglect that culminated in their behavior today. So we can't keep doing that. We can't keep blaming those that we have hurt for causing the problem. So I am glad that Brandon Johnson spoke a lot about him focusing on the mental health issues and the real problems and real causes of crime. I'm very glad that he has highlighted that. Crime comes from desperation, and we've allowed people to live in a state of desperation for too long. And now they're exploding, and we have too many families that have not gotten help during that pandemic. They didn't have internet, didn't have computer equipment, and their children weren't able to keep up. And so then they're made to feel like a failure when their children couldn't do the homework, couldn't do the classwork. That's our fault. As a collective body, that's our fault. So we have to fix all of these things. And I've been saying a long time, the answer is that we homeschool. And we first got to teach parents how to parent so that they can homeschool. So that's what our New Earth Homeschool Academy is all about, teaching people how to function in their families so that they can provide for their children emotionally and psychologically and physically. But we also have to have a city government that understands this is what time it is. We are transitioning from the old ways. Communities have to be more responsible for administrating public safety by knowing your neighbor, knowing your neighbor's children, helping your neighbor's children. We can't do things the way we used to. It can't be a police solution anymore. That hostile, confrontative relationship, we can't have that. It doesn't work. And so
I'm hoping to hear in Mayor Brandon's address a real new vision and not just a lot of cliches, but we got to change the way we see each other. We got to change the way we plan our future. That's what I'm hoping to hear from his address. So I know that there are a lot of people that have come here from other places, and they're looking at what's going to happen to Chicago and how have we planned to deal with our public safety issue and our seemingly out of control children issue. But what's happening in Chicago is just the tip of the iceberg. It's really everywhere in the nation that things have to change. And we just need to take the lead in making that happen. So the place is filling up now. And a lot of the... I'm seeing my sister Africa here. Always in the mix. Yes. So I'm seeing people as they begin to assemble. Many friends, of course, that are coming in and are filling the seats. I'm glad to see that we have so many community activists and organizers and political operatives and just regular grassroots people coming. This was, and I know Harold Washington, I think, was kind of the first one to have like a people's inauguration. Everybody coming and everybody felt a part of it because everybody helped them get elected. So there's a little bit of that spirit here now. And that's good. That's a positive thing. I'm glad that, and I believe we got, is that Matt McGill behind me? It sure is, yes. So they'll be live during the proceedings. And I think I thought I heard them say they were going to interview the mayor. I don't know if they've set that up as one of the things he's going to do after the inauguration. I don't know, possibly so. But the good thing is that he is starting off with keeping his connection to the people, to the media, making sure that he talks to us and doesn't get so far removed where you feel like, before, while you were running, I'd get a personal phone call, and now that you in office, you don't know my name, that kind of thing. Because that happens sometimes. But I feel like he's going to be that person that keeps a personal touch. Because, the day after you get elected is the day your campaign for re-election starts. That's how it is. Yes. So everything he does, everybody's watching, judging him, how he handles things. Mm-hmm. And if he does anything that is not approved of by the people, people are going to talk about it and complain about it. So, people are very quick to look. They're very critical. And so I don't expect people to really give him any slack, just because he did have some people in powerful positions that did not support him. And there are times and there are hey, good to see you. And there are people who, in the course of campaigning, they said things that were not pleasant. And so when you say those things are remembered. Yes. Certain kinds of criticisms. So I'm hoping very much that we're able to come together, as they say, and really be
supportive of his candidacy, of his administration. And sometimes your opponents are not helpful because they also are planning their reelection campaign. So when everybody's thinking of 4 years from now, how do I get back in office, and how do I take advantage of whatever? It's got to be able to read, y'all. How do I take advantage of whatever mistake my former opponents made so that I can run again and win on his mistakes? Because that's what was happening all during Lori Lightfoot's campaign. People were looking at how they could.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Lady to the left.
Yes. Okay. So I think a lot of people are still going to be looking at how can we take advantage of his mistakes. And that's unfortunate. You didn't put it back in your bag? I'll call it on my other phone. Okay. Oh my. Yes. So, yeah, we've gone through a lot trying to make sure we get someone in office that can stay for several administrations. But the reality is the opponents are already looking at how they can benefit from whatever mistakes are made. And charge your phone up a bit. So you might hear a little bit of background noise. I charge your phone. But unfortunately, not everybody wants to see success. So those who are looking at how they can get back into the race and looking at how they can highlight whatever is done wrong or whatever upsets people by this administration, they're out there too. It would be nice if everybody wanted success and wanted things to go well, but we know that that's not how politics is. Definitely not Chicago politics. So we really have some challenges ahead, and no one wants to see the city in a bad light, but those who are looking to run again or run for the first time are perhaps hoping that things don't always go well. And that's unfortunate that we tend to think that. So what I'm hoping is that those who were supportive of Brandon Johnson from the beginning will step forward and really be encouraging. And I think as press, yes, we want to be objective, but objective doesn't mean hostile. It doesn't mean always looking for the downside, because we are in this together, and it does matter if he succeeds. It does matter if his administration does well. You do need to let a person stay in office long enough to put in place their program. 4 years is not long enough to really make a significant change. So it is necessary to plan long distance, long term. We should be planning for the time
when the city of Chicago does not have a crime problem. We have accepted that for too long. And we keep coming up with wrong solutions to fix the problem. The problem is the economic inequity and lack of opportunities for people who have been marginalized for decades, whether it's in public housing or the exploitive home sellers market, people losing homes because of taxes, whatever the case is. The problems that exist have existed for a long time. And so the solution has to be a long-term solution that somebody can begin to put in place during their administration. And they're going to need more than 4 years to see a change. So this is why we hope that Brandon Johnson can do that change. Again, all of the it's about to type that in. All of the solutions that are needed. So one of the things that we're hoping to also hear, there are a lot more positions. You know, everybody who helps in the campaign, they're looking for a job. Everybody's not going to get a job. And that's just a reality. So the people who did the canvassing and got the name on the petitions, all that, everybody's not going to get a single job. Everybody does not have the qualifications for a single job. That's just reality. But we do hope that those who are qualified get those key positions in management, different departments. You know, I've been down at City Hall and standing in line for some service or other, and you hear a phone ring and just ring and ring and ring, and nobody answers it. You're thinking, is there anybody's job to answer the phone? And how frustrating it is when you're the person on the other end trying to call the city office and no one answers. So those kinds of things need to be dealt with. You know, structurally. You need to hire more people. You need to have another system. Whatever it is, it can't continue to be as raggedy as it's been in a lot of situations. A lot of the difficulties in getting these basic services. And you know, once you get in office, then you see in a real practical sense what actually happens behind the scenes. Now, of course, Brandon Johnson is no stranger to public office. He served as a commissioner on the Cook County Board. He's got the backing of Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle. So we would expect that the county and the city will be more harmonious in working together, perhaps more than it had been, because Mayor Lightfoot and Tony Preckwinkle had been adversaries. So we're hoping that because the city and the county elected officials are in harmony, that's going to have a better effect on all of the governmental bodies that are affected, all of the jobs that are affected. We're hoping that that's what happens. So there's a lot to consider, just based on the fact that we have billions of dollars that are being determined how they're going to be spent, and services, and there's continuity that has to happen. And I'm sure that there are people who are concerned who are government employees, city employees, and you know, generally when a new person comes into office, there is a change that happens, and there is a cleaning house, so to speak. So I'm sure there is a concern for those who there's always a concern that one is going to lose one's position, particularly if it's not something secure where you've been in that department, you've been running that department, you've been through successive administrations, so your position is safe. You're not one of those people that you got in because of politics, you got in because this particular person got elected. You might be a little concerned that your job is not secure. And that is one of these concerns that many have who may have been let go. But you can't blame the new mayor. They're gonna put people in positions that they think best fit. And I'm sure there are a lot of promises made. Some of the people who endorsed other candidates, the other candidates, they did it because they were probably promised a position. Well, now that position can't be given because that person didn't win. So what are you going to do now? How do you get back in with the person that you were not supporting in the beginning? You know how politics works. It's very cutthroat. You didn't support me, I don't support you. It shouldn't be that way. It should be that we are trying to make this city grow. So we're here looking at all of the different ways that the new mayor is going to have to make his mark. And Brandon is going to have to do some branding to make sure that people can distinguish him as the new mayor of Chicago. Okay, we're gonna make sure we are set so that we can bring you live coverage here. And we can keep you abreast of what is happening. And we also want you to be able to feel like you're participating, you can comment on, you can comment and leave your comments. We will be live on the Media Connection TV on YouTube. Definitely, we're hoping that those who are here to represent whatever outlet they're with are fair. Because, once again, there tends to be a tendency to look for the downside. People think that is objective reporting. Okay, great. All right. And so one of the, all right. So we're going to make sure that we give our viewers a chance to join us. Let's see if we can do StreamYard Try. Live on StreamYard. And we also know that there are a lot of people here who are going to be on Facebook Live and everything else, but that's okay. That's okay. Because we do know that there are people in other cities that want to see this as it's happening. There are a lot of people that have been asking what's really happening there in Michigan. So we're going to be the voice for you all. Go to YouTube, go to the Media Connection TV, and the inauguration is set to start at 10:30. Mayor Brandon Johnson is going to be coming here after he goes to his morning event on the west side of Chicago. And then he will be here. And all the swearing in of all of the elected officials that we have. We had the city treasurer, city clerk, and I think both of those are read on the phone. Okay, that's what I figured. And so that wasn't a really big issue. The main thing was the owner, of course, the mayor. And for those who don't understand how politics works, like all the men are really the ones that affect your daily life more so than the president of the United States. Because they're the ones who decide some basic things, like whether or not you have a stop sign working at the corner of your block in case from running over your children as they're playing in the street or whatever the case may be. And so we want more young people to be involved in the political process and even run for office so that they understand how to make change and understand the change by angry protest and tearing up things, but by talking to the people who you have put in position to make policies that serve you. Chicago has to change its reputation of being a city of angry people that protest, because that's what it has been. So, of course, one of the things that we are hoping to hear today from all of the various officials that are participating. Like it's going to be Beyonce says, yes, the systems are broken, but when do they take responsibility and make changes to leave the city, the big city systems? Well, that's definitely something that families can make a decision, because there are groups of families that are forming smaller communities in more urbanized areas. We know that the whole big city system is broken. It doesn't serve people well. And if we were thinking clearly, and if we were thinking clearly, we would be making plans based on the reality that these systems are crumbling. It's getting more difficult to serve populations in these cities, and more elected officials are finding that they don't have the resources they need to provide basic services. And you can't just tell people to do without, especially when you have so many that are overly affluent and wasteful, throwing out food. And you've got people that got to scrounge through garbage cans. So we need citizen-based policies, and I think that's doable. If you have communities that are organized, and there are some, there are a lot of communities that have, say, like food pantries, communities that, people have created some of the programs for emergency housing. So people have to do these things. It's not always the elected official. Sometimes it's the people that get us right.
And there's some comments. Victor Soriano says, "Good morning, Zelda. Have a wonderful day."
All right. So now,
George Confirm says, "What does he stand for?"
My earplugs. So, let me go a second.
Gotta put an earplug in his bottom.
Now I'll be able to. All right. So that's probably better. So now I'll be able to have a camera set up to watch. Trying to do some finagling here so I can bring you a shot of the stage. Okay. Oh, all right. Great. I got it. Okay. So I think one of the ways that we will have an opportunity. Ooh, yeah. One of the ways that we'll have an opportunity to keep you abreast is to make sure that you are tuning in as the proceedings start. And all right. All right, that's good. So invite, yes. And what we do want to make sure also is that people are able to make comments, give us their views. And if you are outside of Chicago, we want to hear your point of view as well.
So we have also, oh yes. So we've got VON here, and a number of those who are going to be doing some great interviews, we hope. Might see which of my media people I can pull in. Let's see if we can do Gary Hunter from the Detroit News. And of course, if you are anticipating this, you're going to be sure that you have a way to record it, that you do so. And here we go. All right. Now we also know that they're okay. Oops. So a lot of the ways that you can keep track of what is happening in and around your neck of the woods, just go to onaireverywhere.com. And On Air provides you with local, national, and international news so that you are able to keep track of the people who are making a difference.
Can you see the screen, Naima?
Yes. Oh, great. Yes. We see it. Oh, great. Yes. There we go. On air everywhere. Yes. And I'm wondering if I should. Now, are you gonna stay on the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull me up on another outlet, and then I'm going to take this camera and set it up so that it will show the stage, and then you and I can be on the screen.
Okay.
Rather than me do a new one. So we'll just be on HLN TV for the entire thing. That works for me. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let me then pull up. All right, here we go. So I've got my laptop set up here, and I'm going to go and connect this camera to the stage. And we'll be able to see the live coverage and talk about it. All right. Oh, this would be great. Okay. Give me a moment. Oh, here we go. All right. Okay, so you should see me.
See you where, Naima?
Okay, so I'm entering the studio now, so you'll see. All right. Oh, okay, here we go. Now, all right, now, here's what I gotta do.
You gonna close out the other one, or how's it gonna go?
Okay, so now I'm going to open it up. I'm going to set this. Oh, wait a minute. Then probably another. Okay, so then I'm going to set this other camera up so that we'll have a view of the stage.
All righty. Well, take your time. For those who are just tuning in, you are witnessing history here in the city of Chicago at the inauguration of Mayor Brandon Johnson. It is being showcased here on the Female Solution, on the Higher Learning Network TV show, and on aireverywhere.com. Journalist, producer, author, teacher, writer, historian, what's the word I want to use? Interspecies communications expert Naima Latif is still at the UIC Pavilion, and she is making it possible for us to view the stage. So that's what she's working on there now. That's why you see the black screen there. And just hang in there with us. It'll be starting soon, and she'll be bringing us live coverage. So stay tuned. And until she does that, I'll play a promo. How about that?
Love you on Windy City Live. Yes, we do. Tell us, how did all this happen? How did this come about?
Well, I play me. I play Val Warner in Chirac, which is really cool. So when people see this movie, they are literally seeing Val, and I am a reporter in the movie.
We talk about the violence, but what can we do personally?
I think we got to be engaged, and I think engaged in a number of things. In our block, in our home, in our neighborhood, we got to be engaged. We got to fight the issues. We got to fight a government that is abandoned, whole communities on the south and the west side. We got to fight a governor who's cut out every youth employment program, who's cut out violence prevention programs, who's abandoned our communities and the poor and the vulnerable. And I think we got to reach out to our brothers on the street and love them and respect them and help them, not just demonize them.
I'll just say like this. First of all, give you the history of coming to Chicago and telling my jokes as a young cat. I'm 37 now. I started about almost 15 years ago. Elroy taking me under his wing, letting me do some jokes here and there for the radio stations and all that kind of stuff.
I learned that no matter what you do and how much of a genuine heart you have, and if you're coming from a good place, people are going to criticize if they don't agree with what you're doing.
Yo, what's up? It's your man Tony Schofield from 106.3 Chicago's R&B, and you are watching Men on Higher Learning. Now, I used to hang around with some men that was into some higher learning. It just wasn't that kind of higher learning, but I got myself together now, okay?
What is it that you do in your quiet time, in your meditation time, that allows you to bring us the films that you do?
I sit courtside in Madison Square Garden, world's most famous arena.
And you're watching CTV on the Higher Learning Network. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we were both registered, I'm guessing, by our editors, but I did it myself. Okay, Jen registered.
Hey there, talented teens. Are you ready to showcase your skills and potentially win cash prizes and scholarships? We're excited to announce our global virtual teen talent contest, where you can enter by submitting a 1-minute video of your unique talent. Here's how to participate. 1. Record a 1-minute video of yourself performing your talent. 2. Share the video on TikTok. Include the hashtag Global Virtual Teen Talent Contest. 3. Tag 3 friends who also have amazing talents. Submit your video by the deadline. We can't wait to see all of the amazing talents that you have to offer. Remember to be creative and have fun with it. The top talents will be selected by a panel of judges and will be announced shortly after. So don't wait, start filming, and good luck.
Are you stressed out? Are you ready to learn some quick techniques on how to de-stress immediately? Then book your free 30-minute consultation with Zelda Speaks, the Mindfulness Stress Relief Coach, at higherlearningnetwork.org. Thanks for sharing. Are you stressed out? Are you ready to learn some quick techniques on how to de-stress immediately? Then book your free 30-minute consultation with Zelda Speaks, the Mindfulness Stress Relief Coach, at higherlearningnetwork.org. Thanks for sharing. And we're back live at the Chicago inauguration of Mayor Brandon Johnson. Naima, you're still trying to pull up that big screen so that we can see.
Now, did you see in the back?
We can't see the screen. Can't see the screen. All we see is a black screen.
Oh well, let me go on adjust. Maybe I need to fix something. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, while she adjusts, I'll just play another promo for you. How about that?
The Female Solution Global Radio TV Show invites you to an invigorating conversation with our team of hosts Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. Start your week with Monday Morning Mindfulness with Zelda Speaks. Tuesdays, Self-Cell Care with Jody Susan. Wednesdays, Repairing Broken Families with Naima Latif and co-host Kareem Hamid. Thursdays, Soulful Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green. And Fridays, Health and Wellbeing with Beata. Saturdays, tune in 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Time. First Saturday, Success Strategies with Jana. Second Saturday, Wendy Williams Esquire on relationships. Third Saturday, Move Around with Deborah. And fourth Saturday, Wisdom with Mama D. Join us Sundays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time for Soul Purpose Healing with Beata. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to the host and be a part of the solution.
We love you on Windy City Live. Yes, we do. Tell us, how did all this happen? How did this come about?
Well, I play me. I play Val Warner in Chirac, which is really cool. So when people see this movie, they are literally seeing Val, and I am a reporter in the movie.
We talk about the violence, but what can we do personally?
I think we got to be engaged, and I think engaged in a number of things. In our block, in our home, in our neighborhood, we got to be engaged. We got to fight the issues. We got to fight a government that is abandoned, whole communities on the south and the west side. We got to fight a governor who's cut out every youth employment program, who's cut out violence prevention programs, who's abandoned our communities and the poor and the vulnerable. And I think we got to reach out to our brothers on the street and love them and respect them and help them, not just demonize them.
I'll just say like this. First of all, give you the history of coming to Chicago and telling my jokes as a young cat. I'm 37 now. I started about almost 15 years ago. Elroy taking me under his wing, letting me do some jokes here and there for the radio stations and all that kind of stuff.
I learned that no matter what you do and how much of a genuine heart you have, and if you're coming from a good place, people are going to criticize if they don't agree with what you're doing.
Yo, what's up? It's your man Tony Schofield from 106.3 Chicago's R&B, and you are watching Men on Higher Learning. Now, I used to hang around with some men that was into some higher learning. It just wasn't that kind of higher learning, but I got myself together now, okay?
What is it that you do in your quiet time, in your meditation time, that allows you to bring us the films that you do?
I sit courtside in Madison Square Garden, world's most famous arena.
And you're watching ZTV on the Higher Learning Network. Got your head right.
Grand Rising, and thank you so much for joining me. I'm your host, Zelda Speaks, the stressologist. Any stress in your life? Well, most of us do. Unfortunately, we don't know what to do with that stress, especially as it relates to worry. I was once a worried about everything, and I finally figured it out with some training. Yeah, I've been certified with the American Society of Training and Development, National Speakers Association, and a host of others. But none of those organizations helped me stop worrying. They just gave me validation for the public to see what credentials I have. So the credentials I have now are from life experience, and I've learned how not to worry. And you can learn how not to worry too, because it is indoctrinated in us to worry. We don't have the answers, so we think the worst is going to happen. Well, I got a solution to that, and that is the Worry Workshop. So I'm going to pull that up for you on my blog. Why do you worry when you don't have to? Go to my blog, zeldaspeaks.wordpress.com, and you can sign up right there and find out how you. And remember, sharing is caring. If you care about yourself and your loved ones, help them see their way out of a mess. Give them the gift. It makes a great birthday gift. It makes a great holiday gift. So instead of running to the store getting something that they really might not need, give them a worry-free life. Give them the gift of a worry-free existence. Thanks for sharing. Make it a great day. Grand Rising, and thank you so much for joining me. I'm your host, Zelda. And we're back with Naima Latif, broadcasting live from the inauguration of Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Yes. So give me a moment. We're going to give you a view of the stage, and it's scheduled to start at 10:30. I gotta pull up the link on my other phone. I had it set, and then somebody accidentally knocked the camera, and I gotta do it all over again.
It happens. Yeah. It's kind of hard to do that at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so, man. Trying to find your link.
I can resend it.
Yeah, if you just resend it, then I'll have it.
Okay, yeah, I'll just, stuff happens. And plus it's Monday. Oh,
I found it. Here we go. I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
Entering studio. Okay. All right. Allow. Yes. Okay. Now, Brandon. Brandon Johnson. Okay.
And as you can see, all the members of the media, photographers, videographers, writers, journalists, directors, producers, they're all there.
Settings, camera.
For this historic
back camera. All right, got the back camera. Here we go. Okay. And all right, we got that. Enter studio. Okay, so
let's see right. Add to screen. Now she's got to go back and set her camera up again, and hopefully nobody knocks it over. Because people are in a frenzy. Everybody's trying to get the right coverage. So turn it down. Everybody's texting and calling and phoning and checking in, and be sure their outlet is being positive because this is Look at it now, Naima. As you can see all of the analysts here. People are getting
Well, that is great. Well, I am got it set up. Actually, when we went to breakfast, we went live. We're still live with Zelda on inauguration, and I've managed to set it up so that we can see the proceedings even as we're still live.
Is there a way to mute
So now let me see. Are you able to hear? Yes, yes, you can.
Is there a way to mute?
Let me try. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me
A big deal in Chicago. We've had 4 black mayors now. Not that that's going to make a difference because the system is the system. Oh yeah, she shut the audio off. Wonderful. We are waiting. Brandon is supposed to arrive at 10:30, so we're just patiently waiting to see what happens. This is an extension of Monday morning mindfulness, and if you did not get a chance to see the show this morning, which airs from 7 to 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, you can always go back and watch it. It's in the archives. Thank you so much, Naima. Yeah, we don't need to hear all of that until he's speaking. Actually, yeah. So.
Yes. Hold on a second. Let me put this my earphones in for this phone so we don't have this background.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess they're on the way here.
Yeah, it's 10:17. So yeah, I'm sure they're en route. And until then, I'll just play another promo.
Are you stressed out? Are you ready to learn some quick techniques on how to de-stress immediately? Then book your free 30-minute consultation with Zelda Speaks, the Mindfulness Stress Relief Coach, at higherlearningnetwork.org. Thanks for sharing. Are you stressed out? Are you ready to learn some quick techniques on how to de-stress immediately? Then book your free 30-minute consultation with Zelda Speaks, the Mindfulness Stress Relief Coach, at higherlearningnetwork.org. Thanks for sharing. Are you stressed out? Are you ready to learn some quick techniques on how to de-stress immediately? Then book your free 30-minute consultation with Zelda Speaks, the Mindfulness Stress Relief Coach, at higherlearningnetwork.org. Thanks for sharing.
And Naima is back.
Yeah. Oh wow. We got all kind of folks coming in.
Now you know what I go through with it on all the time.
So,
Where
you getting ready to go? Yep. Great. The Female Solution Global Radio TV Show invites you to an invigorating conversation with our team of hosts Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. Start your week with Monday Morning Mindfulness with Zelda Speaks. Tuesdays, Self-Cell Care with Jody Susan. Wednesdays, Repairing Broken Families with Naima Latif and co-host Kareem Hamid. Thursdays, Soulful Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green. And Fridays, Health and Well-Being with Beata. Saturdays, tune in 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Time. First Saturday, Success Strategies with Jana. Second Saturday, Wendy Williams Esquire on relationships. Third Saturday, Move Around with Deborah. And fourth Saturday, Wisdom with Mama D. Join us Sundays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time for Soul Purpose Healing with Beata. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to the host and be a part of the solution.
And you are.
Zelda's back, so this live thing. I'm gonna send you the page so you can see what it looks like.
You're gonna say that again.
See how we got it set up here. Okay.
And while she's sending me that, I'm not sure. Say that again, Naima.
So, all right. Okay, you want to do 2 o'clock in the zero? Okay.
Are you talking to me, Naima?
Take it. So, all right.
No, I'm not muted.
All right. Okay, here we are now. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Two sets of headphones and 2 sets of phones and everything.
Your hands
all
are
right.
full.
Yeah, well, we got it going on, so we can some of the folks that I think I saw Reverend Jeanette Wilson going past and a couple other folks. So yeah, we'll get a chance to see. You know, they got a display going on in the back there of Brandon Johnson and a lot of scenes from his campaigning. So yeah, this is going to be a good opportunity for people to network, which is what they're doing now. A lot of networking going on, and a lot of historic picture taking and all of that. So it's kind of a festive atmosphere, and that's good. You know what? We really needed. We needed a festival. We needed some joy in this city because we've been missing joy for a long time.
Well, we got it today, baby. We got it today. Let the record
today.
May 15th. We got it today.
Yeah, we got it today. So one of the things I am hoping will happen is that this spirit of joy continues, and we're able to kind of spread this across the nation and really give people that we keep using that word hope, and everybody uses it and almost overused hope, but that's what we kind of need.
We got nothing else. We need hope.
Let me say expectation, positive expectations. That's what I would like to see us have, is expectations that things will stay better.
Get better. Absolutely.
Get better and stay better. And you know, visual images are a lot. If you could just clean up the places that look so decrepit. I mean, if you've ever gone home and you know your house is dirty, you don't feel good. You feel kind of depressed. But once you clean it up, maybe, you know, buy a couple of new ornaments or get some new curtains or just, decorate it, you feel better. And I think if we could just as a citizenship decide to clean up those areas where people are living, where it's so depressing looking and looks so impoverished, I think people would feel better about themselves. It's no reason why we can't do that. And that, if that was one thing I would say maybe the mayor could work on doing right now, would be to have every part of the city look as good as every part of the city. You really should be able to see who the wealthy people are and who the non-wealthy people are. All
Real community involvement. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I mean, that's something that's doable. It really is doable.
Everyone must get involved. We can't put this on the mayor. This is not a mayor's job. This is
he ain't gonna get out there with his broom and dustpan and shovel and dustpan and sweep up everything. That's not it. No.
That's Hollywood. This is reality.
It's reality. The people have to, in their own hearts, decide that they deserve better. It's just like if your house is junky and you just let it stay that way, that means you don't think you deserve better. But once you clean it up, you're saying, I deserve better. I deserve to live in a clean, comfortable environment. And I'm going to do that for myself. I'm not going to get mad because, the landlord didn't fix the torn curtains. I'm going to go out and get some curtains that aren't torn because I deserve better. That's how we have to think as citizens. If you deserve better, then make it better. Get with your block and clean it up. Don't keep talking about what the mayor's not doing.
Say that again. Say that again, Naima.
This has got to be a new day. Take responsibility for your life. Take responsibility for yourself. Take responsibility for your neighborhood. Get out there and clean it yourself. We're gonna do the female solution. We're gonna partner with some of these organizations that are doing that and have some community cleanups this summer. We're gonna do that because I've been looking at fields we saw so many vacant lots. I'm thinking we could be growing food.
Thank you.
Right there. And then some of it, because I know how to make some really good dandelion greens. Some of these vacant lots already got food growing and they just don't know it's food, but I know it's food. I'm gonna come in here and pick me some of these greens.
Okay. Lower your blood pressure.
I see it. Yeah, for real.
Diabetes. You better get them dandelions. Quit throwing them in the garbage and put them in a pot and boil it and drink it. Hello.
That's right. So I'm getting ready to do that. So I'm excited because a new administration does mean new opportunities. It means you're going to be listened to because they know they need new ideas. They know the old way is not going to work. It's never coming back. We're never going to go back to the way we were. And now is the time for us to do something different that can work. So I'm excited about some real possibilities. Just going neighborhood by neighborhood and marking off where are the troubled spots that need to be cleansed. And I believe in energy cleansing. Jody talked about energy cleansing. We need to do some of that, some clearing the energy of these places that have had negative things happen, and bring some positive energy. Go there with some music, some whether it's gospel music or jazz music or R&B, party music, whatever. Change the energy in these places, and then change the physical environment. Plant some trees, plant some flowers, plant some collard greens and sweet potatoes. Plant some things and change the energy in these places that are so distressed. We can do this if we can think differently about each other. Instead of seeing everybody as a potential threat or a potential enemy, see each other as a child of God that we are, and then see each other for their gifts and talents and skills that they have to offer. We can change the things that we're manifesting. So I'm excited because it's an opportunity to make a new start. And we can look at the mistakes we made and the ways that we didn't respond appropriately with all the other administrations. When we worked hard and got Mayor Harold Washington elected, And then the first thing he did that people didn't like, I heard the activists talking about, we need to march around City Hall. I'm like, why are we marching? This is our friend. Why don't we just call him and set up a meeting and talk to him? That's what we need to do. So instead of always thinking everything has to be a confrontation and I'm going to make you do what I want, why don't we just have a conversation and present some suggestions and offer to help? So simple. So I believe this can happen. I really do. I believe it can be a new beginning. I believe we can be instrumental in putting that thought out there. That this is what has to happen. And I am excited because as we launch our TV network and begin to change how the mass media reports information, we can take the lead even in removing this negative bend to all the news all the time. People are getting sick physically from always listening to the worst of news. We don't need to keep feeding people garbage.
Right.
There are some beautiful people. There are some beautiful things happening. There are some innovative ideas. There are some successful organizations. We can talk about these things and give people that thing, hope, positive expectations. And then we can visualize what it looks like when you have a city where nobody is fighting. I mean, because I've been to cities around the world where the police don't carry guns and the citizens don't carry guns, and people could shop at the mall at 1 in the morning and walk down a dark street, not look behind their back and be in fear that they're going to get mugged. I've been in places like that. So they exist. We can make it exist here. We got to do the things that make it possible. And the first thing is to change the way we see each other. They're not our enemy. And these young people who are acting crazy, they're not our enemy. They're our mirror. They're showing us what we look like. It's just like a tree.
You can't skip right over that one, Naima. You got to say that again. What?
Oh,
yeah, you got to repeat
mirror.
that.
Our young people are the mirror. They're showing us what we did. They're showing us what we planted in them, and they're the fruits from what we planted. Because how many young people are angry and frustrated because they're homeless, they're hungry, they're ignored, they're humiliated, they're in fear because they're being bullied and nobody's paying attention, or they're being forced to go to a school that's going to waste their time and give them no skills to survive with.
And get beat up on the way there.
And get beat up on the way to a useless education.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how many of them are angry and frustrated because nobody is listening? They're mirroring to us what we did to them. Mm-hmm. And we don't want to see it because we don't want to admit we did that. But when you got
we could not have done that. Oh, yes, you did. Oh,
yeah,
yes,
we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. There is possible to have a school system where instead of keeping young people in fear that, if you don't learn this, you're going to flunk out and be homeless and not have a job, instead of us doing that to them, why don't we create a school system in which we discover the talents and skills and interests in these souls that come to this earth, and then we help them to develop them in ways that will enhance the rest of the society. So there is no failure. There's only becoming better at what you already are. There's only enhancing your skills at where your interests and talents lie. There's only perfecting you so that you can be a better contributor to the society. There's no such thing as failure. You come here as a successful being, and our job is to increase your success. What about if that was our mindset? Just think, we would not have any crime, any violence anywhere, because nobody would be angry and fearful and distressed. Everything they have is going to be either denied them or taken away from them. We have to create that thought in order to manifest that system. And people say, well, is that realistic? Reality is what we create. So the reality that we created is ugly. And that's why our children are reflecting it to us, so we can see how ugly it is, so we can choose to change it. That's what we have to do. That's what we can do. That's what we must do. And so they're going to keep reflecting to us what it looks like to be mean-spirited, what it looks like to be hateful of people just because they look a little bit different, to be dismissive of people who are suffering, to be wasteful, to throw out food. We have these big banquets, we throw out bucket loads of food, garbage can loads of food, and people right down the street living under a viaduct hungry.
I know. My brother used to be a manager at McDonald's back in the day, and he would always bring food home and give it to my girlfriends. I was in high school then, and I would always say he would bring home garbage bags. Do you hear me? Those big 25-gallon garbage bags of hamburgers and fries and chicken sandwiches and fish. And I was like, what all the homeless people in the world? And they throwing food out. He says, they will not give it away. They will throw it away because they don't want the liability. Well put it in
like a homeless person gonna sue you.
Right, like the homeless gonna sue you. Put it in the garbage, put it in the alley, and somebody.
And then you. Now how? So when you treat people like garbage, what do you expect when they act like garbage? I mean, you're gonna make somebody take something out of a garbage bag in an alley when you could just give it to them. But they say, well, then if we did that, then people would just wait till at the closing of the day and just come and get the free food. No, they would not. You know, so looking at everything with back and forth, she left the country. Where we would gather food from the banquets, from restaurants, whatever, at the end of the day, and then pass it out to homeless people. Package it up in those to-go packages, and then distribute it to homeless people. And they would understand. Okay, we're giving it to you. That we relieve us of all liability, and whatever you do with it, that's on you. But we can't be sued. Okay, fine. We'll take it. We'll give it to the people. You don't have to worry about a homeless person suing you. And we don't have to watch you throw away garbage bags full of good food when we know people are right down the street hungry. So this is one of the things I want to enhance and spread. Yes. Because you've seen how you go to a fast food restaurant, they gotta move fast, right? So you say you want a hamburger with no pickles and no onions, and they make the hamburger and they're not have pan, and they throw the pickles, they throw the onions on there, and you say, oh no, I want it without the pickles and the onions. So they have to throw the burger away and start over. Does that make any sense? No, but see, they're working with speed. So if we got the order wrong, or we throw it out and try it again. And so that's where, you get those garbage bags full of food, because nothing wrong with it, just maybe the order was not quite right. So you just have to throw it out and keep going.
Right.
That makes no sense at all. So one of the things, and I think maybe it's something legislatable, but have, it is doable, because somebody in some city did this. It was a private citizen. They just set a refrigerator outside of their restaurant, and orders like that where it wasn't quite right, but nothing wrong with the food, they put it in the refrigerator, and then homeless people could just come by and open it up and just get what they needed. That was real great. Just a private citizen did that, and I can't remember what city it was, but I know I saw it on YouTube. Well, this is the kind of thing that maybe it's legislatable, or maybe it's a suggestion or whatever, but if every restaurant set aside some type of sanitary container, whether it's a refrigerator or a bin or whatever, and all of the orders where there's nothing wrong with the food, it just wasn't eaten because the customer didn't quite want it that way, put it in that, package it up, maybe to go package or whatever, but just put it aside, and at the end of the day, somebody can come pick it up and distribute it to the homeless or the needy or whatever the case may be, and there's no liability to the company. There has to be a way to do this without people saying, yeah, but we could lose money, or yeah, but we could get sued. Because all of those non-humane ways of looking at the problem doesn't make any sense. You're throwing in the garbage when people are hungry, and then you're upset because they get upset and steal from you. But if you gave them the food, they would not steal because they would not be hungry. Such a simple thing. So that's one of the things that I look forward to us proposing as a piece of legislation. Something that, and maybe we might have a couple of restaurant owners on the show to talk about that. You know, what if this was something that could be put in place? Would they be willing to just do this one little thing to help get rid of the homeless problem, the hunger problem among the homeless? So it's 10 for their thing. It's gonna begin momentarily.
Yeah, because it's 10:40.
Yes. So, well, I know Brandon Johnson's event that he was at he was supposed to leave there at 10:30. So I mean, he wasn't gonna be here at 10:30. You can't be at two places at a time. But you know, I know there's a lot of stuff happening ahead of time, and they're anticipating it's gonna take a minute to, you know, get to the beginning, and then they got songs and all that stuff. But you know, at the same time, we know start out with no time. But,
I didn't hear you broke up. You broke up.
I said,
check your camera.
Oh, I said we don't need.
Check your camera, because I don't see.
Let me go fix it.
Yeah, let her go. Let her go fix that, and I will play a promo. And see if while she's fixing that. It is 10:42. If you just joined in this morning, we are watching the inauguration of Mayor Brandon Johnson. Actually, this is behind the scenes with Mayor Brandon Johnson. Before it takes place, en route to be there, I'm sure. Some comments. Karen Hill 4227 says, I agree, Naima. If we can also figure out how to purchase these rundown homes, there are many gifted and talented people in the neighborhoods who can fix them. You are right, absolutely right, Karen. Thank you so much for sharing it. She says, true, Naima, true. Yes. He must be coming in the door. The people are no. He just is. And you can see there's lots of journalists around. They're just hanging around, just waiting. That's the only thing about when you go out to cover an event at a journalist. As a journalist, if it takes a half hour or if it takes 4 hours, you got to sit there until they show up. Yeah, we lost the camera now, but we don't have the camera anymore. And your camera must not be on the riser because I see a lot of people. Oh, she doesn't hear me.
Okay.
We don't see the other camera now, Naima. Did we
I
lose
know. I might have to do something else. Okay, I'm getting ready to do something else.
Okay, well, while she does that, I'll just play a promo so she can.
Well, because my two dancers are on, I want people to see this, so I'm going to put up on the other things. Hold on, I got you.
Okay, good. Yeah, everybody wants to see the money.
All right.
Everybody wants to see the money.
Look for the other.
Oh, while she's doing that, I'll play a little something here. Remember, I told you about Jamie Foxx. I want you to go to our YouTube channel at Inspirational Conversations.com. That's inspiration with an N, not I-N. And hit that subscribe button while you're here. But while you're there, scroll down and see the ones that are done. This is one of my favorite, water therapy. I'm going to let you enjoy that for a hot minute. Hope you like it because I did it just for you. This is, there you go. Chaos and confusion. Oops, I forgot to turn the audio up. I'm sorry. Let me start it over for you. Got the audio up now. Well over 99% of the water is safe. Alrighty, so you can go to inspirationalconversations.com and pick it up and see it anytime. I guess they keep looking into it. And it's causing some little distortion. So they're with us, man. Okay, so your camera looks like it's not on the right. Can you not hear me?
Sorry, we missed the. Okay. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the month performance was real quick. Real quick. So now they got the next thing on the program. So, yeah. The internet stalled a bit. I guess it went out. I guess people signed up. How that is.
And your camera looks like it's not on the riser. The camera's not on the riser.
No, it is not. It's high. And I mean, everybody, the risers are way back here.
Can you zoom in?
Not in StreamYard. Yeah, StreamYard.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking.
Yes. Well, I like it talking to the video. Zoom in and figure out how we can see it. Let me try something else here.
Make it look so happy. You think it's easy. How many do you see? One or two?
Does it sound better?
Works better. Yeah.
So I muted the sound on the camera.
Is there somebody on the stage? No, that's just music. Uh-oh, he must be there. He must be there.
Can you still hear it?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a little spotty, but we can hear it.
Okay. Okay, so now what they're doing is they're going through the city council members, and I guess they're coming by their spouses, coming to the stage. Yes. So they're bringing in all the members of the city council. Yes, these are the So that was members of the city council. And their spouse. And they've been accompanied to the stage. And then the next thing. Please welcome the inaugural churches. Kindly hold your applause until all guests have reached their seats. Illinois Secretary of State, Marcy Julius, accompanied by Joseph Julius. Illinois Comptroller, Susanna Mendoza, accompanied by David Sosa. So that is the elected officials. Well, as you can see, Lori Lockwood is getting a standing ovation, which is appropriate. So the people are saying SCIU. Well, this was definitely, as it was said, this was a contest between the CTU and the FO.
The Pledge of Allegiance will be led in American Sign Language by L. Mendiola. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To perform the national anthem, please welcome Cassandra Figueroa.
I'm gonna
Like
mute
our
this.
camera went out again.
I'm gonna mute this because we ain't playing no national anthem up in here. I'm gonna mute this. I'm not playing it, and I'm gonna
Well, right after that is the well, while you're doing that, I'll go fix the other camera.
Okay.
By the time I fix the other camera,
okay, and then I'm going to tell our viewing audience why we're not listening to the national anthem. Because, yeah.
Be right
I'm
back.
just going to talk. Okay. I'm going to let y'all hear her sing, but I'm going to tell you the truth of what's going on with me. As soon as I can pull it up and show it to you.
And bright stars rule
I can't find it on. Yeah. I can't find it on my phone. ZeldaSpeaks.word. YouTube ain't gonna let me put it on there. Facebook, I should say, but I'm telling you, so you know to go to my blog, ZeldaSpeaks.wordpress.com. This national anthem bonded people of
Oh, Savior, let's not stay long.
It's not there now, but it will be when this is over with because I gotta find it. Okay? Zelda speaks that word. Zelda speaks that word test.com. Why we do not sing the national anthem. And no, I'm not a it is none of that. I just knew a lot. When you see this, so after this is over, give me an hour to find it, and I'll post it on my blog, zeldaspeaks.com. You don't want your children seeing it either, because it's radical. People of color. I said that, and I'm through with it. Now, I will be back shortly. And Naima is back with us, so I will pull her up now. Lot of electricity running through that place this morning. Lots of people, lots of things, lots of 10G going on. You need to go back to the female solution, listen to Soul Purpose Healing, talking about 5G and 10G. Thank you for playing. That's all I got to say. All right,
Well, unfortunately, I don't know if you heard the audio of Walt Whitman, but Walt Whitman was doing the Black Mass Man. So did we get the audio?
Yeah.
Good. Somebody's being disruptive. I don't know why.
What did you say earlier about?
Some woman is yelling a protest. I don't know what that is, but a woman over here is yelling a protest.
Somebody always has the need to be seen or to be heard, when they are not being seen or heard.
Why I think yeah, they got security dragging around now.
Oh, I'm sure they're dragging around. In the city of Chicago,
I don't know why people do that.
That's why they have security.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the place. If you want to be heard, this is not where you
Like you said, when you had the problem, call the mayor's office, make an appointment, go down to the talk.
Yeah. Right.
They care for it, celebrate it, and gain sense to this land. And ensure the loyal compliance and lasting reciprocal relationship with the land that we are today. We acknowledge the original people were struggling torture, violence, and genocide. This is a legacy of legacy of how the city social cultural original required to acknowledge legacy of legacy. We must find ways to heal it and to move together. We must acknowledge to this day. There is a home over 65,000 natives who represent 140 nations. We are your friends, neighbors, your classmates. We live, we love, and we the city. We continue to build this community. Today, as we come together as a community, committed to uplifting all of our residents, I need you to move beyond land acknowledgements. Acknowledgements alone do not create equitable conditions in the lives so boldly dismantle Senator Williams here in Chicago. As a community, we must ready ourselves with the strength, wisdom, and courage to lead the next 7 generations. We must move forward. 7 generations to believe, deeply rooted in our Native American wisdom and values, and ensure our grandchildren's grandchildren will not only survive, but thrive 7 generations into the future while possessing the knowledge and wisdom of their ancestors. In closing, I ask, how will you help ensure a better, more equitable future for all Chicagoans? How are you going to show up as an activist and ally each and every day moving forward? She wants.
So now that was Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
To deliver the invitation, we welcome the Reverend Dr. Otis Moss III.
Upon the land cultivated by the Ojibwe, and in this city of big shoulders founded by a man of African descent named Tom. We, the citizens of this tapestry university and mosaic humanity invoke the Holy Spirit. May the aspirations of marginalized children, forgotten elders, homeless, and vulnerable veterans find space and voice in this administration. May the constituents, we as constituents, this brand of possibility, engage our imagination to dream of a city that is yet to be born. One city not divided by income. One city not divided by race. One city not divided by ethnicity and origin. Have the same opportunity as Congress is there to lead with humility and strength, integrity and passion, vision and faithfulness, justice and equity. This is our prayer as citizens of this municipality of Big Shoulders we call Chicago. May those who believe in the possibility and potential of this city, the leadership of Brandon Johnson, and the power of the Holy Spirit, speak with authority using the ancient words of affirmation, amen and ashe.
Please welcome the inaugural Public Order of Chicago.
This is the young poet laureate of Chicago.
It is so responsibility to Karen Clark Shear and Reverend Jesse Jackson Senior and a pre-camp. They got me to start to sing off there. Get on the Lord. Look here, my regular set down back. Just break my son. You know? And whereas a dream can last off, and a rainbow child can dip in the middle of the boulevard, we don't static from half or half-nots, smoking oxtails in the backyards. And whereas a nurse can go and lie down for a week to keep her mind on this side of the fold, instead of becoming front page news and the source of the mother-in-law's worry and woe. And whereas a collective of activists can create worry-free nights to dodge in the home or heat. And whereas each child does not go to school to ensure they eat. But in this province, once a living honeyland to share profits from the south. And this monopolist of stir-fry approaches with monuments on the stoop of the great art house, and in an all beauty, under a red sun sky, and its mountains made of metal and windows. What little about the box here? The piece of Sin City Soul. And whereas any skeptic that does not believe in token vision states where justice, bliss, and the imagination is the brain's whole line, this city still be a space, a dream can whisper, and to a child of the third father's ear.
Poet laureate of Chicago, Avery R. Young. He's the inaugural Chicago poet laureate. Avery R. Young.
To bestow the blessing, please welcome Rabbi Shoshana Conner.
Rabbi Shoshana Conner.
Mayor Brandon Johnson, I know that your biblical inspiration is chosen. With him, you identify, and through him, that dream interpreter, you realize your own dream. So like Joseph, Mayor Johnson, may you wear a coat of many colors, colors that represent all humanity, all ethnicities, repentance and repair, reform, restoration, healing, and flourishing. Mayor, give our youth hope. There are too many deserts in our city. Food deserts, housing deserts, healthcare deserts. Lots of people. We lack hope. Like Joseph Mayor Johnson, help every neighborhood, every citizen thrive. Now looking for your vision, both careful planning and thoughtful collaboration, so that, like Joseph, when people come from far away lands looking for a brighter future, may you will help us welcome them because we thrive. And like our brother Joseph, who brought his family together, united them after decades of division, may you guide us. Lead us to our common destiny. Chicago, a beacon of light in our great and great nation. Teach us to strengthen our big shoulders. We are our brother's keeper. May you see God's plan in the Lord is you. Like your biblical brother, may you have things to say. It was the same life that God sent me before you. Oh God, we pray, strengthen Brandon Johnson. He has lives to save, a city to unite and heal. Remind him that you are with him, guiding him. God, protect him. Keep him safe. God, look over his loved ones. Stacy, Owen, Ethan, and Brandon.
Named all the children.
Even as he works to build a better Chicago for them, with them, and with all of us. All of us. By his side, in his heart. Amen. Please welcome the City Clerk of Chicago, Anna M. Valencia, to present City Treasurer and all persons. Mayor Lightfoot, Mayor Johnson, Treasurer Simon Irvin, members of the City Council. The Clerk of the Cook County has filed in the office of the City Clerk the official statement of election for the office of Mayor, City Clerk, City Treasurer, and all the persons of the 50 wards of the City of Chicago. Please welcome the Honorable Diana B. Lopez, Circuit Judge of the Circuit Court of Cook County, who will administer the oath of office of City Clerk to Anna M. Valencia.
Of course, that's Anna. Who was elected to Chicago. Of course, you can see on the big screens there the administration of the oath of office.
Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, that I will support the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of the Court of the City of Chicago. The duties of the office of the Court of the City of Chicago, according to the best of my ability. According to the best of my ability. Thank you.
That is the oath of office for the city clerk, Honorable Anna M. Valencia, and the oath was administered by Honorable Diana E. presiding judge, Circuit Court.
Now administering the oath of office to the alderpersons elect of the city of Chicago.
And these are, of course, the 50 people whose names were.
Will the alderpersons elect of the 50th Ward please rise? Please raise.
So they don't have to do it all individually. They're all going to do it at the same time. Yes. No. Someone said, I state your name. This was to say your name. I state your name. Swearing in of all persons, aldermen, alderwomen, city council representatives, and we all did it collectively, all 50. So now next on the program is the swearing in of the so now the mayor does this. Somebody got a rule, I don't know why. So you can hear from this who's popular and who might be
I'm sure this was rehearsed.
So that was, I guess, like an official act of business, of ceremony, of course, including and now we're about to do the meal.
Acting presiding judge of the Circuit Court of Cook County and former treasurer of the city of Chicago, who will administer the oath of office of city treasurer to Melissa Myers Rubin.
This, of course, is the oath of office for the city.
I, Melissa Myers Rubin, do solemnly swear
City treasurer.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of treasurer of the city of Chicago according to the best of my ability.
That was the oath of office administered for the city treasurer, Melissa Myers Rubin.
To dedicate a prayer for peace and guidance, please welcome Imam Hassan Ali.
This is the prayer for peace, and then right after that, we're going to have the
faith, give us strength to act honestly and well in all matters before us. Help us to be more forgiving to all people, especially their judgment. As he is about to take the oath, may his efforts of goodness, peace, and unity be blessed with insight and guided by understanding and wisdom. May this morning be an example for our city and our state, as we humble ourselves and acknowledge you alone as our Savior and Lord. Almighty God, you are the source of life, peace, and love. Accept our prayers today and every day. Amen.
To perform a special selection of music, please welcome Karen Park-Shear. The impossible dream to find the unbeatable fall. Where the unbearable sorrow to run, where they dare to go, to dream the impossible dream. Oh, how your To administer the oath of office of mayor of the city of Chicago, please welcome
Police faithfully discharge the duties.
Okay, that just about takes care of that. I just lost the feed, so I don't know if Naima has left or not. So that pretty much wraps that up. I will run a few banners until I can contact her to see what's going on. So if you want to hang in there with us, we'd love to have you. In the meantime, in between time, I'm going to call her and see if we can't see what's going on, and then I will be right back. All right. Okay, here we go. We love you on Windy City Live. Yes, we do. Tell us, how did all this happen? How did this come about?
Well, I play me. I play Val Warner in Chirac, which is really cool. So when people see this movie, they are literally seeing Val, and I am a reporter in the movie.
You talk about the violence, but what can we do personally?
I think we got to be engaged, and I think engaged in a number of things. In our block, in our home, in our neighborhood, we got to be engaged. We got to fight the issues. We got to fight a government that is abandoned, whole communities on the south and the west side. We got to fight a governor who's cut out every youth employment program, who's cut out violence prevention programs, who's abandoned our communities and the poor and the vulnerable. And I think we got to reach out to our brothers on the street and love them and respect them and help them, not just demonize them.
I'll just say like this. First of all, give you the history of coming to Chicago and telling my jokes as a young cat. I'm 37 now. I started about almost 15 years ago. Elroy taking me under his wing, letting me do some jokes here and there for the radio stations and all that kind of stuff.
I learned that no matter what you do and how much of a genuine heart you have, and if you're coming from a good place, people are going to criticize if they don't agree with what you're doing.
Yo, what's up? It's your man Tony Schofield from 106.3 Chicago's R&B, and you are watching Men on Higher Learning. Now, I used to hang around with some men that was into some higher learning. It just wasn't that kind of higher learning, but I got myself together now, okay?
What is it that you do in your quiet time, in your meditation time, that allows you to bring us the films that you do?
I sit courtside in Madison Square Garden, world's most famous arena.
And you're watching CTV on the Higher Learning Network. Yeah.
Are you stressed out? Are you ready to learn some quick techniques on how to de-stress immediately? Then book your free 30-minute consultation with Zelda Speaks, the Mindfulness Stress Relief Coach, at higherlearningnetwork.org. Thanks for sharing.
Oh, and I think I found her. I think she's come back. We lost the connection. I think she's trying to plug in, and while she's doing that, I'll just play something inspirational for you. How about that? No, still here trying to get it back. Okay, she's still trying to get her link back. So while she's trying to get her link back, let me give you a little inspiration. Go to my YouTube channel at Inspirational Conversations, and you'll see plenty of those. Now, all I have to do is hit the play button, and that might work, right? Okay, that was for one day. So I'm going back to find you more of Inspirational Conversations while we're trying to pull up Naima. So you can go to YouTube. You see there's the Inspirational Conversations, and subscribe. Be sure and subscribe. Okay, now where did it go to? Let me play another one for you while she's trying to get her video feed back up. Okay, that was another one. Hope you enjoyed it. And I thank you for your patience, because it takes time to do those. And, oh, there's Naima. There she is. She got a feedback.
Just like Jesus. I've learned my core values of accountability and love that form the foundation for my public service. And now I stand before you today as the new mayor of the nation's third largest city. Have opportunity. It's been here for decades, met with the promise and the possibility that only a place like Chicago can provide. There is something special about this. I like to call it the soul of Chicago. This is where I believe in our tradition start to say, I think I feel my help. It is alive and it's always been strong. Whoever called this land home. I'm talking about the soul of Chicago. Alive in the hearts of Miami, so who lived on this land for centuries. The soul of Chicago is a black Asian man. Who are working here who came to Chicago with a home. And so of the South, like food, a new making Chicago the center of both black enterprise and black freedom struggles. It is the soul of Chicago that brought us from all over the world, organized to build a sky, confusion, whole country, and entire industry, including one of the largest hospitality companies in the world. I'm talking about the soul of immigrants from Guatemala to Humboldt Park, where they dealt with abuse. Of the United States, the same hospital where I, a child of operation, received life-saving asthma treatment. I'm talking about the soul of Chicago. That soul is what strikes me today. I'm marveling. I'm marveling at the peaceful transfer of power, or the miracle of American life, or the great tradition of Chicago elections. It is how much we all share. I'm struck by how much work it took to bring us to this. How many decades of slow, kind progress. Think about the late. The multiple working class movement and the same labor movement that raised wages, established the 40-hour work week, and
the real soul of Chicago. That soul is what strikes me today. I'm marveling. Boy, West.
Led by Chicago's Jane Adams and Ida B. Wells, which ensures women participate fully in every part and stop. We all are here to work of giant and force.
Because if you didn't know, now you know. I'm marveling not just at the peaceful transfer of power or the miracle of American democracy or the grand tradition of Chicago elections. It is how much we all share. I'm struck by how much work it took to bring us to this moment. How many decades of slow, grinding progress. Think about the labor movement, which produced luminaries like my mentor and dear sister, Karen Lewis. Who modeled true social justice unionism and helped lead the multiracial, multicultural working class movement that organized its way to this moment. The same labor movement that raised wages, established the 40-hour work week, and built the middle class in this city. From the civil rights movement, embodied by our very own brother, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. Which abolished racial segregation in our laws and gave us the Voting Rights Act. From the women's right movement, led by Chicago's Jane Addams and Ida B. Wells, which ensured women would participate fully in every part of civil life. In fact, we all are here because of the work of giants who came before us and without whom this day would not be possible. I bring that up because so often in politics, we think and talk and argue about the things that divide us. I want to be clear about something. Those divisions are real. They are. Many people who love our city deeply have radically different ideas about how to confront the shared challenges that we face. It's true. Y'all know we need revenue. We have a structural deficit. And we have to invest in people. And we have to do that without breaking the backs of working people with fines, fees, and property taxes. You can't make people feel bad because they have a payment plan. You can't stop someone with a payment plan from becoming mayor of the city of Chicago. Oh, my help is coming this morning. But too many Chicagoans, though, fear for their safety. And when they walk down the streets to get groceries or drive to the gas station, because our city's homicide and violent crime rates have consistently outpaced our peer cities. Our public transit is unreliable and unsafe, so much so that many parents refuse to let their children ride, even when the CTA could be the pathway to opportunity and enrichment. Rent in Chicago continues to go up year after year after year, while the development of both affordable and market rate housing stagnates. And as a result, too many in our city go to sleep unhoused, and too few families know the security of owning their own home. Our downtown commercial corridors still bear the scars of the pandemic, with higher vacancy rates and lower foot traffic. And of course, our neighborhoods, particularly those on the south and west side, have still not tasted the fruits of the investments that they demand and deserve. Our schools call out for more resources to fulfill their mandate of providing every single child in our city with a world-class education that meets their specific needs. And despite the trauma these challenges produce, too few can rely on the consistent access to mental health care that they desperately need. But as we debate and discuss the solutions to these crises, I want to remind us that we have the real conversation. And that conversation is about the soul of Chicago. It's alive. It's alive and well in each and every one of us. We have so much in common, you all. We really do. And we know that we all suffer when these ills are allowed to fester and grow. These problems don't just affect particular neighborhoods, one community, or an ethnic group. It affects all of us. You know, the tears of Adam Toledo, his parents, the tears of Adam Toledo's parents are made of the same sorrow as the parents of Officer Preston's parents. Officer Preston's tragic death at the age of 24, just last week, reminds us what is really at stake. When we talk about the future of Chicago, we have to be very clear about what's at stake, because she joined the Chicago Police Department for the very same reason that I ran to become the next mayor of the city of Chicago. She believed that through public service, she could be a conduit for justice. To the family of Officer Preston, my heart is with you, and know we will be with you every step of the way. Thank you for sharing your extraordinary daughter with the city of Chicago. No, thank you. Honoring public servants like Officer Preston means truly addressing the challenges that we face. But the only way that we can truly confront and address those challenges is by working together and coming together. Now, we can't do it in a phony way, in an artificial way that pretends that differences don't exist. But I'm talking about in a deeper way that acknowledges the strength of what makes this city so strong and great. I'm talking about a strength that binds us in the face of our unique perspectives. All of us in this room today, are the product of our own stories. And each and every one of us has a story to not only tell, but lift up. And all of us in this room have the ability to take action, to be the courageous men and women who came before us. And that means right now, we get to write the story of our children's and our grandchildren's futures. And we get to do that together. And what will that story say? What will it say? That Chicago, with its sturdy shoulders and its diverse economy and the legacy of all of our generosity, was too afraid to stand up? Is that what our story will say?
You're a true leader, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. We get to tell a different story. I'm talking about a story that binds us together. We don't want our story to be told that we were unable to house the unhoused or provide a safe harbor for those who are seeking refuge here. Because there's enough room for everyone in the city of Chicago, whether you are seeking asylum or you are looking for a fully funded neighborhood.
We can hold him to that. We
don't want our story to say that we did not invest in all of the people and all of the communities that make our city great. We don't want that to be our story. Cannot afford to get it wrong, Chicago. We don't want Chicago that has been overwhelmed by the traumatization of violence and despair, that our residents felt no hope or no choice but to leave, shrinking our economy and making it difficult for this city to remain a world-class city. We don't want that, Chicago. Our city gets to be as big as its promises. Our city gets to be as wide as our neighborhoods across this city. All 77 neighborhoods. That's the story. It's our neighborhoods.
We're going to hold that to you. Hold it to you, Mayor Johnson. We're going to hold it to you. Yes, we are. Keep to the fire. Thank you.
I'm breathing it in, you all. I'm just breathing it in. And so again, I'll repeat it again. We don't want our story to be that Chicago became so traumatized by violence and despair that our residents felt no other choice but to leave. And so a better day is ahead, Chicago. Our stories get to reach well beyond this moment. They do. And I'm grateful that I will be working with a body of government that is committed to that transformation. But here's the thing, no, it won't be. That will not be our story. Not on my watch. Because we right now together are committing ourselves to writing a different future. As a pastor's son, I'm reminded of a scripture, Matthew 6:21. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. And let's show the world, Chicago, where our heart is. Let's build a Chicago that is the economic marvel of our state, the Midwest, and this nation. Let's build a Chicago that means that our economy gets to grow by rerouting the rivers of prosperity to the banks of disinvestment so that no one goes thirsty. Too much of our land is dry right now, and we have to change that, and we can. See, I live in one of those drier communities, the beautiful Austin neighborhood on the mighty west side of Chicago. And the very fact that the mayor of Chicago lives in one of the most disinvested and violent communities in the city, it shows us what's possible.
Say that.
So let's not be discouraged by what it is. Let's make sure that we never stop imagining of what it could be. So we'll create a Chicago where the big development projects get done. The poor have a pathway out of poverty, and large events like the Democratic National Convention that will generate a vitality in every single neighborhood that gets done. Where our cultural institutions, whether it's our sporting events, hotels, and our world-class restaurants, are supported, promoted, and accessible, not just to those from every corner of the world, but for those from every corner of the city. By imagining what is possible, by doing this, we can create a prosperous city which no one is too poor to live in one of the richest cities in one of the wealthiest countries at the richest time in the history of the world. And so that means I'm talking about a Chicago where 65,000 people don't wake up on the streets or in a shelter, where public housing and affordable housing and a pathway to home ownership exists for everyone. I'm talking about a city where it will no longer be the case where every network dollar belonging to a white family, where only 8 cents belongs to a brown family and only 1 cent belongs to a black family. We can do it, Chicago. We can bring Chicago home. My family is living proof of the type of transformation that can happen with real investments. We'll create a Chicago where pathways to college and the high-tech industries and the future exist alongside the pathways to the trades and apprenticeships and the arts, where every young person has a chance to pursue their passion and get a W-2, where business, community, labor, philanthropy work together to connect every young person to an opportunity to fulfill their potential, where we introduce these opportunities to young people as young as 6, 7, and 8 years old and open up their minds to a world that could be. I'm talking about the soul of Chicago. And so Gary, Bob, Jim, Don, we need your leadership. Richard, Marty, Linda, we need your business expertise. G2, Tanya, Andrea, and Oscar, we need your organizing and relationships. And so listen, this is not a call out. This is what organizers refer to as a call in. And I'm talking about calling in the wisdom of the soul of Chicago, calling in the compassion of the soul of Chicago, calling in the expertise. I'm talking about calling in every single person in the city of Chicago to build a city that works for everyone. So let's get to work where we double the amount of young people that we hire. Some say that we have to wait 20 years for the efforts to pay dividends. I don't believe that. We can change lives of people in Chicago right now. So let's show our heart is in our young people's education. Let's create a public education system that resources children based on need and not just on numbers. Where every single child in every neighborhood, whether they fill out an application or not, whether they are bilingual or not, special needs or not, has access to a world-class education. Let's have a system that respects its parents, educators, and school employees, where the president of the Chicago Teachers Union and SEIU Local 73 and the CEO of the Chicago Public Schools can work together to advocate for more resources for all of our children. So, Stacy, Diane, Pedro, I need you. We can do this together. Tony and Juan, let's do the same thing for city colleges, which should be a gateway to opportunity for all of our neighborhoods. And so while we're at it, let's work together to make sure that there is child care for all for every single person in the city of Chicago. So Greg, Erica, Maggie, and Mr. Governor, let's do it together. I want to work with you to make sure that we are providing support for working parents and giving children the nourishment that they need from day one. And how about we also create a Chicago where the hundreds of thousands suffering from episodic mental health receive treatment and not trauma.
Amen. 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 Let's get some drug services back up in here. Yes.
Because people like my late brother Leon, who died addicted and unhoused, if only there was treatment. I want to make sure that no one ever has to suffer because they do not have access to mental health services. And people have told us no for too long. It's a matter of life and death. So let's bring together the private sector, the public sector, the county, the state, and the federal government to find the best solutions for delivering these services, including reopening our mental health care centers across the city of Chicago.
Amen. 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 Now we're talking. Let's get some help up in here.
So let's get to work, Chicago.
Yes.
Cheryl, Rosanna, President Preckwinkle, and Roberta, we need your leadership. Let's get this right for future generations. Here, I actually believe we can even do something really bold and fix our public transportation system.
Yes, Mayor Johnson.
We can secure safety and convenience for cyclists while making significant investments in the reliability, the safety, and the connectivity of our buses and trains in every single neighborhood. These investments won't just benefit our economy, they'll result in a safer, more livable city for all of us. And once and for all, let's create a safer Chicago. A safe Chicago means a safe Chicago for all. No matter what you look like, who you love, or where you live. We'll do it together by investing in people. We'll invest in housing, mental health, and youth jobs and higher wages and real economic development in every community. We'll do it by supporting law enforcement, especially those who are serving on the front lines. That means providing them with direct lines of supervision, clear expectations for their work, and equal opportunities for advancement and strong accountability and support for every stakeholder in this city. Our faith leaders, our philanthropic institutions, our business community, violence interrupters, researchers, educators, coaches, counselors. It's going to take all of us. Not one of us can sit down in order to make a better, stronger, safer Chicago. I'm counting on the entire city to deliver on this. And so, you all know we have no time to spare. As I speak, a group of philanthropic and business leaders are partnering to increase the resources for community youth programming between when school lets out and the Chicago Park District programs begin, and to provide more safe opportunities for young people during Memorial Day weekend and the 4th of July. It's not just up to Fred Waller and his officers, it is up to all of us. So Charles, Abby, and Andrea, thank you. Let's keep pushing to build a safer Chicago. And speaking of the right thing to do, the soul of Chicago tells us we will never close our doors to those who come here in search of a better life. For as scripture says, I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me. That has always been the soul of Chicago, and it will always be the soul of Chicago. We know the strength of a city is determined by how we treat the most vulnerable. And so we choose to be a strong city. We must reject a zero-sum formulation between investing in those who have been here for decades and supporting those who have been sit here on a bus even this morning. We can do both, Chicago, and we can all thrive together. I stand before you today deeply optimistic about the future, not because I'm ignorant of the challenges, but because I'm deeply aware of our history. From the Great Chicago Fire, to the Red Summer of 2019, to the 1968 riots, to now the aftermath of pandemic and unrest, our city has faced enormous challenges before, and every challenge has also been hidden within it tremendous opportunity. As history has shown us, that when we come together, we show up with the belief of what unites us and how powerful our differences are. And the differences is what makes us the amazing city that we are. There is no limit, Chicago, to what we can achieve when we do it together. And we can, and we will deliver for every single person in the city of Chicago. I say this today with a deep belief and conviction that our best and brighter days are ahead of us. We can lead Chicago to a new era. Together, we can build a better, stronger, safer Chicago. We just have to look deep into the soul of Chicago. Can I get a witness? As Reverend Meek said, are you with me or am I by myself? I'm talking about the soul of Chicago. Whether you live in Jefferson Park or Morgan Park or McKinley Park or Gage Park or in Humboldt Park, I'm talking about a revival in the city of Chicago where the soul of Chicago comes alive. A brand new Chicago is in front of us. I can't wait to continue to lead this city towards a future that generations to come will look back and see the soul of Chicago that has made it possible for posterity. Thank you all. My name is Brandon Johnson, and I am the 57th mayor of the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
Go to work.
All right now.
To deliver the benediction, please welcome the Reverend Jonathan E. L. Brooks.
Today, we who call God many different names and we who choose not to call on God at all Chicagoans of diverse neighborhoods, races, sexual orientations, and languages. Today, we do not take for granted this peaceful transfer of power. We are grateful for the past leaders who have renewed our city and for the incoming leaders who are dedicated to the promise of our city's future. We rejoice in Chicago, whose open our hearts, whose culture
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Amen. There we go. So that was the inauguration of Mayor Brandon Johnson. So what did you think?
I think he said a lot. I appreciate what he said, and now it's time for us to pass some legislation. Let's
There you go.
hold him to his word. Because they all get in the office and talk a good game, but now let's walk the talk. And we not gonna march to City Hall. We're gonna make a phone call and say, look, Mayor Brandon Johnson, we need to have a meeting. The
That's
female
right.
in the community, we got some issues and we need to sit down and address. When you gonna give us an opinion? That's what we need to know. I love the fact that he's talking about legislation to change
there's one more. Yeah, there's one more little piece they're doing. Let's take a look at this. He does a little legislative thing. Let's listen in on that after the prayer. Let's see how we do that. This was worth effort. See this? Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
And you can hear the celebratory music in the background there.
Amen.
I don't know.
All righty, man. We'll just do a wrap up here. Oh, here she goes. There she is. All right, Naima, let's do a wrap up here. Here we go. I'm gonna mute that so that we can hear you. Oh, there's his wife and family. Yay! There's Mayor Brandon's wife and family. Oh, beautiful. Oh, look at his family. And this our first lady.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Yes.
I'm going to mute that so we can hear you. Well, I have muted it, so that's the audio. That's the audio from your feed. Yeah. I can hear you. Go ahead. Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, great. Oops. Put away my stuff.
Oh, you got to go get your camera equipment, don't you? Naima, don't you?
Yeah, we got a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this other stuff away first.
Okay.
I had to get my bag to start packing up.
Okay.
But while we're doing that, we can. I guess we can take the Fox people off the screen now.
Yeah, because it's pretty much over with now.
I didn't see him one time. Yes. Well, I think he said all the key things. I think he did. I think he was. I think he had just the right flavor, and I think that a lot of people were impressed. He did make it sound like there is an openness to really listen to some ideas from the constituency, and his message was inclusion. So I think, we need to make that move to set that meeting. So I think I'm gonna step past my bedtime and go to the ball, and start making some connections, because I want to know, the people who are in specific positions that we'll need to be dealing with, but also my alderman elect, and let him know that I'm gonna, we got some legislation he's been working on. He needs to be one of those people that help introduce it, and we'll be down in. I hadn't reported on City Hall in a while, but I think I'll be going down to do the regular reports on City Hall meetings again, because they need to see our presence regularly, and we need to keep an eye on things, keep people informed. And I think also we need to have a lot of these new aldermen on the show.
Yeah.
To introduce them to the people, and also let them know we expect you to respond when we call you, and support whatever legislation that we introduce or that we suggest, because this is what we do. We're going to be those people he talked about that work to get things done. So that is our goal. And I'm excited because I think his speech was sincere from the heart. Of course he's got speech writers, but I think it reflected how he is and his principles. So, we'll just see what happens. And I think he did a great job.
Yes, he did.
I think he did a great job.
I love the fact that he talked about mental health too in our communities. Mental health is all over the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
We need to open up these mental health centers, get our children back in some mental health classes, get the adults back in some mental health sessions. We all need some help. Yes. Grandma used to say, crazy as a Betsy bug, baby, they out here on the street every day. all day.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I think he was, because he's consistent with that mental health piece. I think he's sincere, and I expect that we're going to see some changes in the way things are done. Little these health centers that were closed down, and people wandering the streets.
And did I just lose you? Yeah, I think
Well, I know we've been on for 7 a.m. So about time to go. They start flickering the lights. That's the signal.
8, 9, 10, 11,
So
12. 1. That's 5 hours.
Yeah,
6 hours.
almost one. Yeah.
I need a nap.
5 hours.
I need a nap. I've never done a 5-hour show in my life. This will be the first.
Time for your nap.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, thanks so much for hanging in there with us, live from the studio. And there you have it, people. Our new mayor. And like they said, it was a peaceful transfer of power. And so now let's get to work.
In the words of Ramonski Love, let's go to work, y'all. Thank you so much. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning with Jody Susan on self-care. Until then, stay on purpose, stay empowered, and stay tuned for your next edition of Higher Learning on the Female Solution, because we got the answers. All you have to do is show up and get them. All right? 7 to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. See you there. Thanks for a great job, Naima.
The Female Solution Global Radio TV Show invites you to an invigorating conversation with our team of hosts Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. Start your week with Monday Morning Mindfulness with Zelda Speaks. Tuesdays, Self-Cell Care with Jody Susan. Wednesdays, Repairing Broken Families with Naima Latif and co-host Kareem Hamid. Thursdays, Soulful Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green. And Fridays, Health and Wellbeing with Beata. Saturdays, tune in 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Time. First Saturday, Success Strategies with Jana. Second Saturday, Wendy Williams Esquire on relationships. Third Saturday, Move Around with Deborah. And fourth Saturday, Wisdom with Mama D. Join us Sundays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time for Soul Purpose Healing with Beata. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to the host and be a part of the solution.
Are you stressed out? Are you ready to learn some quick techniques on how to de-stress immediately? Then book your free 30-minute consultation with Zelda Speaks, the Mindfulness Stress Relief Coach, at higherlearningnetwork.org. Thanks for sharing.
I didn't know that song. Oh.
Are you stressed?